Hello there, my sleepy knights. Tonight, we venture into a 6-hour collection of the history of magic. In the mists of time, where history blurs into myth, whispers speak of those who walk among us, cloaked in power and mystery. These are the wizards, beings revered and feared, wielders of arcane might, older than the bones of the earth. With a gesture or whispered incantation, they bend destiny to their will, exerting a dominion over forces lesser souls can only dream of mastering. Legends speak of these sorcerers in tones of awe and dread. They pierce the veil between the worlds, commune with spirits, and shed their forms to walk unseen among the oblivious masses. And with magic sharpened sight, it is said that some can gaze into the mists of the future. Some dismiss these wizards as relics of a bygone age, figures of superstition and fancy. But others sense the crackle of energy, the ripples of unseen currents at the periphery of perception. The dream of sorcery endures, woven into the primal fabric of the human psyche. Our tales of Gandalf and Merlin are but shadows cast by a deeper truth. For the wizard's gift is real, walking among us even now. You felt its tingle in the air, the hairs raising on your neck for reasons you can't name. You've glimpsed it in a stranger's eye, or in the impossible felicity of chance. Can you break free of the mundane and grasp the nettle of the uncanny? Are you ready to forsake the known and leap into the churning cauldron of raw potential? If yes, then take up your staff with me and let us set sail to find the magic of history. We begin, of course, in the shadow of the Great Pyramids, where the sands of time whisper secrets older than memory. Here, there once thrived a civilization steeped in magic and mystery. For the ancient Egyptians, the arcane arts were no mere fancy or folly. They were the very lifeblood of their world, the primordial essence that quickened the cosmos before the first sunrise. in their eyes, magic was a force that transcended life and laughed at death, a key to unlock the secrets of eternity itself. But such potent sorceries were not for the masses to dabble in. The Egyptians' magical tradition was a sacred science, a closely guarded lore entrusted only to an initiated elite of scribes, the wizard priests of the Nile. These magician scholars wielded words of power and glyphs of destiny, inscribing their spells on scrolls and tomb walls with a reverence bordering on dread. For to the Egyptian mind, written words were no mere symbols. They were living talismans, charged with an independent existence and agency. Within the labyrinths of the Great Pyramids, raised between 2650 and 2190 BC to house the god kings of the Old Kingdoms, these hieroglyph spells reached an apex of potency. Etched into the very stone, they formed a living web of enchantment around the interred pharaohs. For these monarchs were no ordinary rulers. They were themselves arch-magicians, worshipped as divine sorcerer sovereigns who could bend the forces of nature and the mysteries of the afterlife to their indomitable will. And bend them they did, for death itself was but a minor inconvenience to a pharaoh mage. Swaddled in incantations, their mummified flesh rendered incorruptible by rituals of staggering arcane complexity, they stepped from the mortal sphere into the fields of eternity like travelers shedding a worn cloak. The great kings lived on in the western lands, sustained by magic, overflowing with the power of millions of hieroglyphs precisely executed to ensure their immortality. We of the modern age might scoff at such notions, dismissing the magic of the Nile wizards as superstitious fancy. But to do so is to ignore the sheer power of their belief, the intensity of their conviction that the universe could be shaped and reshaped through sorcery and the disciplined imagination. The Egyptians did not merely practice magic. They lived and breathed it, wove it into the very fabric of their culture and identity. But the path to wizardly might was not a simple matter of studying esoteric texts. No, to truly imbibe the essence of magic, the aspiring sorcerer had to literally consume the words of power. In a ritual that seems strange to us, the would-be wizard would take the papyrus scroll bearing the desired spell and submerge it in a bowl of water. As the fibers softened and the ink began to blur, the initiate would then drink down the enchanted liquid, physically ingesting the magical symbols. Only through this visceral act of incorporation could one hope to attain the godlike status of a true magician. Once filled with the living force of magic, the wizard became a being apart, blessed with uncanny senses and abilities. The power within him was a tangible thing, as detectable as a distinctive aroma. With this inner fire, the magician could stand against the forces of chaos and evil, a bulwark of supernatural order. As the wizard pronounced in spell 24 of the ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead, "Behold, I am one with that magic power, whatsoever it may be, in the house of any man where it is. It is faster than a hair, swifter than light." Perhaps the most storied wizard of Egypt's old kingdom was Imhotep, a polymath and paragon who served as vizier to the great pharaoh Djoser around 2600 BC. So powerful was Imhotep's magic that it was said he could summon the very gods to his aid. Using an arcane invocation that has survived the millennia to tantalize us with its implications. One of these reads as follows: "Take an olive wood table with 4 feet. Place it in the center of a pure place. Cover it completely with a cloth. Place 4 bricks beneath the table, one on top of the other, and in the front of the table, a silver censer. Put charcoal made from olive wood in the censer, and goose fat minced with myrrh and shaped into small dumplings, and recite a spell. Speak to no one throughout the night. You will see the god in the form of a priest, dressed in a linen robe." In the pantheon of ancient Egypt, the mightiest wizards were more than mere mortals. They were elemental beings, woven from the primal stuff of creation itself: earth, air, fire, and water flowed through their veins, granting them dominion over the fundamental forces that shaped the world. When the balance of nature was threatened by cataclysm or catastrophe, these sorcerer sages would step forth, wielding their magic like a cosmic lever to restore equilibrium. With incantations and gestures, it was said they could command the very heavens, dispersing the shadows to let the sun's life-giving rays pour down upon the land. But such potent enchantments required constant renewal. Each day, a spell-inscribed papyrus had to be sealed within a consecrated box and consigned to the flames, a ritual offering to maintain the fragile accord between man and the cosmos. Girded by their magic, the wizards of the Nile could venture into realms beyond death itself, drinking deep of the miraculous waters that flowed in the kingdom of the deceased. This celestial elixir bestowed still greater power upon the imbiber, as ascertained by this invocation. Come to me, O essence of rejuvenation. Refresh my heart with the fresh water of your stream. Grant that I may have power over water, like she who is powerful. The spectre of apocalyptic deluge, a great flood sent to scour the earth of humanity's sins, is a motif that echoes in mythic traditions across the globe. But woven into these tales of destruction is often a thread of hope, a hint of redemption, embodied by a divine or magical intercessor, who ensures that the devastation is not absolute, that life and civilization may rise anew from the receding waters. In one Native American flood myth, a serendipitous encounter with a sorceress spells salvation for a lone man, destining him to become the progenitor of a reborn human race. This unwitting hero, a humble farmer, awakens day after day to find the trees he felled the previous day standing tall once more, as if untouched by his axe. Determined to unravel this uncanny mystery, he holds vigil one night and spies an ancient crone emerging from the earth. With deft motions of her wand, she causes the stumps to sprout anew. Confronted by the farmer, the sorceress delivers a dire warning. A world-drowning deluge is nigh. but her magic can shield him from the torrent. At her behest, he crafts a coffin from a fig tree, provisioning it with grains of colourful corn, squash stems for tinder, a spark of fire. Sealed within this arcane ark, with his canine companion, he rides out the cataclysm for 5 long years. The sorceress perched atop the coffin with a parrot and macaw. As the floodwaters recede, the sorcerer loses her avian familiars, who carve mighty river valleys with their beaks to drain the lingering deluge. And in a final act of sorceress benediction, she transfigures the farmer's dog into a comely young woman, his mate, with whom he will sow the seeds of a resurgent humanity. From catastrophe springs renewal. From death and magic, a new genesis, guided by the hand of a mysterious mistress of the arcane arts. In such tales, we glimpse the enduring power of the wizard archetype, a figure who stands at the crux of destruction and creation, wielding occult might to steer the course of destiny itself. In the annals of myth and legend, few figures loom as large or as menacingly as Circe, the bewitching sorceress, whose very name conjures images of dark enchantment and primal dread. Daughter of Helios, the sun god himself, Circe's fiery tresses were said to blaze with the same incandescent hue as her celestial sire. And yet, for all her radiant beauty, there was an aura of otherworldly menace about this mistress of the arcane arts. Ensconced on her enchanted isle, Circe played host to many an unweary traveller, luring them in with sumptuous feasts and honeyed words. But woe betide those who partook of her banquet, for with a tap of her wand, the sorceress could transform her guests into base and brutish forms. Men found themselves trapped in the bristling hides of swine, while women were twisted into serpentine monstrosities. A grotesque menagerie of souls ensnared by sorcery. Even the wily Odysseus, that paragon of cunning, nearly fell victim to Circe's machinations. It was only through the intervention of Hermes, messenger of the gods, that the hero received the means to resist her spells, a flowering onion, the Allium Molly, whose uncanny properties shielded him from enchantment. Armed with this talismanic herb, Odysseus compelled the sorceress to restore his comrades to their true forms, as recounted in Homer's immortal epic. But for most who stumbled into Circe's domain, there was no such reprieve. Condemned to root and writhe in their cursed shapes, these wretched beings retained only the bitter dregs of human reason, the cruel jape that rendered their durance all the more excruciating. Sustained on a diet of cornel berries, the mythic fare of the deceased, they lingered in a limbo between life and oblivion. Circe's mastery over the forces of creation and destruction was said to stem from an arcane art of hair braiding, each knot and plait a binding of magical energies. The very elements trembled at her passage, trees uprooting themselves and stones bleaching to bone-pale hues. To cross this dreaded enchantress was to court a doom beyond mere death, a lesson hard learned by the demigod Picus, transformed into a woodpecker for spurning her advances, and the sea nymph Scylla, warped into a writhing serpent for daring to rival Circe in love. In Circe, we find an archetype both alluring and terrifying, the feminine incarnation of occult power, seductive and sinister in equal measure. Hers is a cautionary tale, a reminder of the perils that await those who meddle with forces beyond their ken. And yet, for all the dread she inspires, there is a strange and terrible grandeur to this daughter of the sun. To know her story is to peer behind the veil, to glimpse the fearsome and fathomless depths that yawn beneath the surface of the mythic world. Shape-shifting stands as the ultimate expression of arcane might, a power that allows its wielders to bend the very fabric of their being to their will. And among the myriad of practitioners in this uncanny art, it is the wizards who reign supreme. These masters of the occult can not only reshape their own flesh like clay upon a potter's wheel, but can even transmute the forms of others through the sheer force of their enchantments. With a thought or a gesture, they can assume the guise of any creature, from the most fearsome of demons to to the most majestic of beasts. In battle, they might become a towering giant or a monstrous serpent, their enemies quailing before the sheer otherworldly horror of their transformed visage. And when stealth is called for, they can simply cast off the mantle of visibility itself, fading into the shadows like a wisp of smoke on the wind. Such was the power of Odin, the Norse All-Father, whose shape-shifting prowess was the stuff of saga and skaldic verse. This dread sovereign of warriors and wizards could take on any form he pleased, from the mightiest dragon to the lowliest beggar. In one chilling tale, Odin even dared to impersonate a corpse, hanging lifeless from the world tree for 9 days and nights, in a bid to wrest forbidden knowledge from the clutches of death itself. Imbued with magical secrets, the god cast off his cadaverous guise and rose anew, a wellspring of occult wisdom made flesh. The power of invisibility, too, is a staple of the shapeshifter's arsenal. In ages past, this boon was often bestowed through enchanted accoutrements: a helm of darkness for the Greek hero Perseus, or a shimmering cloak of unseenness for the fledgling wizard Harry Potter. Wrapped in these uncanny vestments, the bearer could slip unseen through any warded portal or guarded passageway, penetrating the most impenetrable of sanctums without a trace. But shapeshifting is not the sole purview of gods and storybook heroes. The annals of archaeology hint at the presence of wizardly adepts in our own world, their arts cloaked in the mists of prehistory. Take, for instance, the deer skull mask unearthed in ancient Britain, a relic that speaks to the power of animal transformation. By donning this eerie headpiece, a shaman or witch doctor could meld their essence with that of the stag, gaining a preternatural edge in the hunt and the ways of the wild. Even in the realm of fairy tale and folklore, we find echoes of shape-shifting magic. Consider the timeless tale of Beauty and the Beast, where a prince languishes under a curse that traps him within the hide of a monster, his humanity restored only by the redeeming power of love. Or the haunting Scottish ballad of Tam Lin, whose hero cycles through a procession of fearsome forms: serpent, bear, lion, as he pleads with his beloved to hold him fast and break the enchantment. In these stories, we see shapeshifting as both boon and bane, a power that can uplift or destroy, damn or deliver, an untapped potential that lurks within every soul. In the misty annals of the ancient Celts, there existed a priestly group known as the druids, men and women of profound wisdom, revered as the mightiest sorcerers of their age. To be chosen as a druid was to embark upon a lifelong journey of initiation, a path that could only be trod by those who possessed an innate affinity for the spiritual arts. From tender childhood, these adepts were groomed in the ways of magic, their training spanning the course of 3 long decades before they could claim the mantle of a fully fledged druid. These druidic high priests were far more than mere religious figureheads. They were trusted advisors to kings and chieftains, the sages whose counsel could sway the fate of nations. Though their cult waned and faded in the 1st century AD, the legacy of the druids endured, rising anew in the 18th century, like a phoenix from the ashes. Today, nearly 20 orders of neo-druidry practice their nature-centric worship, gathering in sacred sites like Stonehenge to celebrate the turning of the seasons and the eternal cycles of life, death, and rebirth. The druids were hailed as the very embodiment of wisdom, their names spoken in tones of awe and reverence. These sage wizards wielded extraordinary powers, conjuring wards against evil spirits and divining the shape of things to come. They even devised their own secret tongue, an esoteric language that included the Ogham, a mystical alphabet carved into the bark of trees, each sigil a conduit for the casting of potent spells. For the druids, the natural world was alive with sacred power, and no living thing was more revered than the mighty tree. These towering beings were seen as living bridges between the realms of earth and sky, their roots delving deep into the dark soil, even as their branches reached heavenward. Mistletoe, that strange and ethereal plant that grows betwixt and between, was held as a supreme source of healing magic, but could only be harvested with the utmost ceremony. On the 6th day of the moon, by a virgin white-clad druid wielding a golden sickle. Clad in billowing robes of purest white, the druids bore wooden staves carved from the sacred yew, a tree long associated with the mysteries of death and resurrection. Upon these wizardly wands were graven the secret signs of the oakum, each character a key to unlocking the vast potential of the unseen world. So powerful were the spells of the druids that they could incapacitate not merely a single foe, but an entire army. Irish legend speaks of the druid Freichan, who, at the behest of his king, conjured a supernatural fence around the royal host, allowing them to slaughter 3,000 of their enemies in a single bloody stroke. And even today, echoes of druidic magic linger in the folk practices of the Celtic lands. To ensure good fortune, one might cut some mistletoe on the winter solstice and intoning this: golden bough and witch's broom, thy sacred names are spoken. By dagger's blade I conjure thee, to see all bad luck broken. Harming none, this spell is done, by law of 3, so it should be. Hung above the threshold of a home, this evergreen talisman is said to bring blessing and bounty to all who dwell within it. The tales of the druids are replete with vivid accounts of wizardly warfare, where sorcerers, in service to rival rulers, unleashed the full fury of their arcane arsenals. The very elements became weapons in these uncanny conflicts. Kitharu, the northern druid, dried up the wells of the Southlands with a word, only for Mog Ruth to unseal a hidden spring within a silver stave. Kitharu conjured fire and blood rain from the heavens. Mogruth smotes his foes with petrifying magic, turning druids to standing stones upon the field of battle. Otherworldly mists, too, were a staple of the druidic art. The great Irish wizard, Manannán mac Lir, was said to have cloaked himself in a veil of enchanted fog, the better to lead King Cormac to a fairy feast. There, in the guise of a comely youth, Manannán served the ruler a banquet of pork and mead, a gesture of goodwill between the realms of magic and mortality. To delve into the world of the druids is to encounter a magic at once primal and profound, a sorcery woven from the very stuff of myth and landscape. Theirs was a craft of oak and mistletoe, of megalithic secrets whispered on the solstice dawn. To follow the deer tracks of their ancient wisdom is to glimpse a world thrumming with hidden life, a place where every stone and every tree throbs with the pulse of a vast, ensouled cosmos, and the boundary between the seen and the unseen is but a trick of the light, waiting to be unworked by those with eyes to see and words to speak the unutterable. In the swirling mists of myth and history, there looms a figure both enigmatic and awe-inspiring. Hermes Trismegistus, the thrice greatest wizard. Born of the mystical union between the Greek god Hermes and his Egyptian counterpart, Thoth. This legendary sage is said to have wielded a mastery over the arcane arts that dwarfed the power of any mere mortal mage. The very existence of Hermes Trismegistus is a testament to the intermingling of divine powers. According to the whispered tales of antiquity, this mighty wizard committed his ineffable wisdom to a vast corpus of writings, the fabled Hermetic texts, composed in the time of Moses. This occult library was said to span some 42 volumes, each one a grimoire of unimaginable potency. Of all these esoteric texts, none was more revered than the Emerald Tablet, a crystalline codex believed to enshrine the ultimate secrets of the cosmos. Legend has it that Hermes Trismegistus himself inscribed these pages, distilling the very essence of magic into the 13 cryptic texts. The discovery of this mystic jewel is a tale in itself, with some claiming that Sarah, wife of the patriarch Abraham, unearthed it from the wizard's own cave. Tragically, the bulk of the Hermetic canon is thought to have been lost to the ages, consumed by the conflagration that devoured the great library of Alexandria in 97 BC. And yet, whispers persist of a cache of surviving volumes, hidden deep in some desert catacomb, awaiting the prophesied hour of their revelation. A tantalizing prospect, to be sure, for any who would plumb the depths of the arcane. But even the merest fragments of the thrice greatest's lore have proven a wellspring for sorcerous inspiration, informing the spells and rituals of countless mages down through the centuries. The very first lines of the Emerald Tablet encapsulate the core of the great wizard's philosophy. They read, "That which is above is like that which is below, and that which is below is like that which is above, to achieve the wonders of the one thing." In this cryptic formula lies the key to the Hermetic worldview, a vision of the cosmos as a vast, interconnected web of correspondences. The microcosm mirrors the macrocosm, and the adept who grasps the truth can wield the very powers of creation. Such a staggering legacy seems almost beyond belief. And yet, it pales in comparison to the achievements of Hermes' divine progenitors. Trismegistus, the wing-footed messenger of Olympus, is said to have dictated a staggering 20,000 volumes to the philosopher Iamblichus in the 3rd century BC, only to surpass himself with a further 36,000 books delivered unto the priest Manetho, an output to put the most prolific of mortal scholars to shame. And then there is Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, scribe and counselor to the Egyptian pantheon. In the annals of the Nile, Thoth is revered as nothing less than the author of all sacred texts, a divine intellect from whence flows the entirety of human knowledge, and the god himself proclaims in the ancient inscriptions, "I am Thoth, master of divine words, he who acts as interpreter to all the gods." In Hermes Trismegistus, we find a figure at once historical and archetypal a sage, a sorcerer, a psychobump of the soul's journey to gnosis. To walk the winding path of Hermeticism is to follow in his footsteps, to ascend the ladder of the spheres in pursuit of that ultimate alchemical transmutation, the forging of the base metal of ignorance into the philosophic gold of illumination. It is a quest that has fired the imagination of magicians, mystics, and seekers of wisdom for millennia, and one that continues to beckon us from across the abyss of the ages. In shadowy chambers, far from prying eyes, a select few have always gathered to unlock the secrets of the universe. The Renaissance, a time of great intellectual awakening, saw the rebirth of an ancient belief that true magic was an art veiled in mystery, accessible only to an elite few. Scholarly wizards of the era crafted intricate rituals, not merely for show, but as keys to doors most couldn't even perceive. Their ceremonies grew increasingly elaborate, a trend that would continue for centuries to come. And as time marched on, secret magical orders, like the enigmatic Rosicrucians, emerged from the mists of history. These clandestine groups conducted ever more complex rites, seeking guidance from esoteric books that promised control over the supernatural. Chief among these forbidden texts was the Key of Solomon, allegedly penned by the legendary king himself. Now, this coveted handbook, filled with summoning spells, tantalized with the promise of commanding legions of demons, a power once wielded by Solomon, if the whispers were to be believed. But what price did such knowledge demand? The 19th century witnessed a flourishing of ceremonial magic, culminating in the birth of a movement that would leave an indelible mark on occult history. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, founded in 1888 by 3 Rosicrucians in England. This order drew inspiration from an old German occult tradition. The Golden Dawn structure was a labyrinth of mystical symbolism. 10 grades, each subdivided into 3 orders, with an 11th reserved for novices. While initiates of the outer order advanced through examination, the innermost circle, the 2nd order, consisted of only 3, the founders themselves. These 3 claimed a connection to something beyond mortal ken, the secret chiefs of the 3rd order, spectral entities said to guide from the astral plane. What truths did these phantasmal mentors impart? Enter Aleister Crowley, a name that sends shivers down the spines of occultists. This notorious British wizard of the early 20th century briefly joined the Golden Dawn, only to be expelled in a flurry of mystical drama. Legend has it that one of the Order's chief magicians was so incensed by Crowley that he dispatched an army of spirits to assault the rebellious sorcerer. Undeterred, Crowley forged his own path. He established the Abbey of Thelema, based on the Book of Law, a text he claimed was dictated by Aiwass, an ancient Egyptian magical force. Crowley's audacity knew no bounds. He dubbed himself the Great Beast 666 and professed to be the reincarnation of several powerful wizards, including the Elizabethan occultist John Dee. Like his past self, Crowley delved into Enochian magic, exploring the astral plane and recording vivid descriptions of his otherworldly visions. In one such journey, experienced as his alter ego, the Master Therion, Crowley encountered an infinitely wise wizard who revealed a magical egg containing the very secrets of life itself. Crowley's autobiography boasts of evenings spent in the company of hundreds of demons. Was he a madman? Or did he truly glimpse beyond the veil that separates our world from the next? The ripples of Crowley's unconventional beliefs spread far and wide, eventually influencing the birth of Wicca, now one of the fastest growing religions in the United States. Wiccans, like Crowley, practice magic with a K, distinguishing their craft from mere stage illusions. Guided by the principle, "An it harm no one, do what ye will," most Wiccans revere the earth goddess and strive to live in harmony with nature. Their ceremonies mark the turning of seasons and life's pivotal moments, carrying echoes of those ancient rites performed by secret societies of old. Even today, Wiccans cast spells for protections, blending oils and chanting incantations that bridge the gap between the mundane and the mystical. As they intone, I stand here in your guardian light. Empower this oil with your might. One can't help but wonder what unseen forces might be listening. What truths lie buried in these esoteric traditions? What power still waits, hidden in plain sight, for those bold enough to seek it? The saga of secret magical societies continues, weaving its web of mystery through the fabric of our world. Who knows what revelations await those who dare to pull back the veil? For centuries, a select group of seekers has been driven by an extraordinary quest: the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. This legendary substance, more precious than any earthly treasure, promised not only the ability to transmute base metals into gold, but also the gift of eternal life itself. Alchemists, those mystical blend of scientist and sorcerer, dedicated their lives to unraveling this ultimate secret. They pored over arcane texts, delved into the mysteries of medicine, and scrutinized the movements of the stars, all in the pursuit of this elusive goal. Their belief was not unfounded. Many were convinced that the enigma of the Philosopher's Stone had been solved long ago by the wizards of ancient Egypt. Its formula, hidden in cryptic writings, waiting to be deciphered. Among these determined seekers, one name stands out: Nicholas Flamel. This 14th century French alchemist is said to have achieved the impossible. According to legend, Flamel unlocked the secret of the Philosopher's Stone, using its power to transform mercury into gold and attain immortality. Flamel's tale has captured imaginations for centuries, recently gaining new life through Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. In that magical world, Flamel and his wife are very much alive, residing in Devon and celebrating Flamel's 665th birthday. The novel portrays the Philosopher's Stone as an object of immense power, coveted by the dark wizard Voldemort and protected by the young hero, Harry. But who was the real Nicholas Flamel? Born in 1330, he led an unremarkable life in Paris as a bookseller and scribe. That is, until a fateful night when an angel allegedly appeared to him in a dream. This angel foretold the arrival of a miraculous book that would grant him extraordinary powers if he could decipher its mysteries. Flamel's own writings describe the fulfillment of this prophecy. He wrote, "There fell into my hands, for the sum of 2 florins, a gilded book, very old and large. It was not paper, nor of parchment, as other books may be, but was only made of delicate rinds of tender young trees. The cover of it was brass, well bound, all engraving with letters and strange figures. It contained thrice 7 leaves, for so were they counted in the top of the leaves, and always every 7th leaf was without any writing. But instead thereof, upon the first 7th leaf, there was painted a rod, and serpents swallowing it up." This enigmatic book, titled Book of Abraham the Jew, would consume Flamel's life for the next 21 years. He embarked on extensive travels and research, seeking to unlock its secrets. Finally, with the aid of a Hebrew scholar, Flamel claimed to have created his own philosopher's stone. Flamel meticulously recorded the momentous event, which he says occurred on April 25th, 1382. "Following always my book, from word to word, I made projection of the red stone upon the like quantity of mercury, which I transmuted truly into almost as much pure gold, better assuredly than common gold, more soft and more pliable. Conscious of the immense power at his fingertips, Flamel asserted that he had only transmuted gold 3 times. Instead of amassing personal wealth, he reportedly used his newfound riches to fund hospitals, chapels, and churches, perhaps seeking to balance his supernatural gift with earthly good deeds. And if the legends are to be believed, Flamel and his wife continue their immortal existence to this very day, beyond the fanciful sighting in the world of Harry Potter. there were more alleged reports of the couple in India during the 17th century, as noted by the French archaeologist Paul Lucas. The tale of Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone continues to captivate us, blurring the lines between history, legend, and magic. It speaks to our eternal fascination with the possibility of transcending human limitations, of unlocking the secrets of life itself. Whether fact or fiction, the quest for the Philosopher's Stone remains a powerful symbol of humanity's relentless pursuit of knowledge and the tantalizing possibility that true magic might exist, hidden just beyond our grasp. Merlin made enchantment and cast great damage into the pavilions. Wildfire that burned bright as a candle clear. These lines from an anonymous 13th century English poem hint at the awe-inspiring power of Merlin, a figure who has captivated imaginations for centuries, far more than just a character in Arthurian legend. Merlin stands as the archetypal wizard in Western culture, a symbol of wisdom, magic, and otherworldly knowledge. In Arthurian lore, Merlin's role is pivotal. He is the mastermind who raised Arthur in secrecy, preparing him for his destiny as king. It was Merlin who granted Arthur the legendary sword Excalibur, a blade whose edges never dulled, accompanied by a scabbard with the power to staunch bleeding. Magical artifacts befitting a once and future king. But who was Merlin truly? Legend paints him as a being of two worlds, born of a mortal nun and a demon father. This dual heritage granted him extraordinary abilities. From his demonic sire came the power of magic and shape-shifting, while his mother's influence instilled a deep connection to humanity and a desire to guide mankind towards greatness. Intriguingly, some scholars believe that Merlin may have been more than myth. There are those who connect him to Myrthin, a prophet of renown who lived in the Scottish lowlands during the late 6th century. This historical figure was said to have counseled royalty, perhaps forming the basis for the legendary wizard we know today. One of the most famous tales attributed to Merlin speaks to the sheer scope of his supposed powers. According to legend, it was Merlin who orchestrated the construction of Stonehenge, using his magic to transport massive stones from Ireland to the Salisbury Plain. The 12th century chronicler Geoffrey of Monmouth, in his History of the Kings of Britain, recounts how even a massive army of 15,000 men failed to move these monoliths, known locally as the Giant's Dance. Merlin, however, accomplished this feat with ease. Merlin laughed at their vain endeavors and took down the stones more easily than one could credit, and directed their embankment on board the ships. And so they set sail joyfully back to Britain. Merlin's reputed gift of prophecy left an enduring mark on culture. The 16th century English poet Edmund Spenser celebrated this aspect of the wizard in The Fairy Queen, depicting Merlin issuing prophecies from a Welsh grotto that still bears his name, Merlin's Cave. The wizard's foresight was so renowned that Merlin pamphlets predicting future events continued to circulate well into the 19th century. Modern literature has breathed new life into the Merlin mythos. T.H. White's The Sword in the Stone, published in 1938 and later adapted by Walt Disney, reimagined Merlin with whimsical new powers. White's Merlin could dematerialize at will, described vividly in his book. He stood on his toes, while Archimedes held tight to his shoulder, began to spin on them slowly like a top, spun faster and faster, till he was only a blur of greyish light. And in a few seconds, there was no one there at all. Perhaps the most influential modern incarnation of Merlin comes not through direct portrayal, but through inspiration. J.R.R. Tolkien's Gandalf, the wise and powerful wizard of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, owes much to the archetype established by Merlin. Through Gandalf, we see echoes of Merlin's wisdom, power, and his role as a guide to great leaders. Yet, for all his power, legend tells us that Merlin had a fatal flaw: his susceptibility to feminine wills. Various tales speak of Merlin being ensnared or imprisoned by enchantresses. One enduring story claims that the Lady of the Lake trapped Merlin in a thorn bush through her own magical arts, where it is said that he remains to this very day. The legend of Merlin continues to evolve, a testament to our enduring fascination with magic, wisdom, and the idea that there are forces in this world beyond our comprehension. Whether seen as a historical figure shrouded in myth, or a symbol of the arcane knowledge humanity has always sought, Merlin remains a powerful presence in our cultural imagination, a wizard for all the ages. A magic spell's power lies in its words, whether written or spoken. The form and expression of these words often draw from the wizard's own language, are crucial to their potency. Some of the most ancient spells were simply magical words or phrases inscribed on parchment and worn as necklaces. During the Middle Ages, the word abracadabra was widely believed to ward off the plague. The ritual involved wearing the word around one's neck for 9 days, then tossing it backwards over the shoulder into an eastward flowing stream. This word likely originated from an ancient Aramaic phrase, meaning disappear like this word. The infamous 20th century British occultist Aleister Crowley considered it a word of great power. Today, it's primarily known as a stage magician's catchphrase. Wizards often incorporated Christian prayers, particularly in Latin, as healing spells. This practice, condemned as heresy by the Church, played a vital role in sparking the medieval witch hunts. A 17th century English wizard's advertisement promoted a counterspell against witches involving the recitation of 5 paternosters, 5 aves, and 1 credo. Interestingly, legend suggests that even high-ranking church members occasionally used counterspells to protect against wizardry. When druid magicians allegedly attempted to poison St. Patrick, he supposedly cast this protective spell: Tubus vis free ibu, vis ibu anthis, erisbru uhata, ibu lithio, Christi Jesus. Rural wizards, known as the Cunning Ones, frequently provided counterspells to break witches' curses. It was commonly believed that the magical link created by a witch could be reversed to punish her. A 19th century counterspell against witchcraft reads, "He who forges images, he who bewitches, the malevolent aspect, the evil eye, the malevolent lip, the finest sorcery, spirit of the heaven, conjure it, spirit of the earth, conjure it." Wizard spells served both benevolent and malevolent purposes, with a vast array of reported effects. Transformation spells were said to turn lead into gold or humans into beasts. Invocation spells could summon spirits from the very air to serve the wizards. Evocation spells were believed to influence desires or even halt time itself. Other spells allegedly allowed manipulation of the physical world, telekinesis or invisibility. Some were used for divination, offering glimpses of the future or solutions to great mysteries. The breadth of these purported abilities underscores the certain role that magical worlds played in the imagination and practices of past societies. The rhythmic or melodic sound of a spell is a powerful element in its magic. It was believed that the rhythmic repetition of certain words could raise tremendous psychic power that would work the spell. Power songs were customarily used by shamans to summon their individual guardian spirits. A vivid 19th century account describes a Siberian shaman successfully calling up his animal spirits. The beating of the drum grew stronger and stronger, and his song, in which could be heard sounds imitating the howling of the wolf and the voices of the other animals. His guardian spirits appeared to come, sometimes from the corner nearest my seat, then from the opposite end, then again from the middle of the house, and then it seemed to proceed from the ceiling. Ritual chanting was a powerful means of spellcasting. The Navajo Indians employed ceremonial chants as healing spells, which could last for many days and many nights. However, the practitioner had to be word perfect in their chanting, or they risked being struck down by the very illness they were seeking to cure. Modern magical practices continue to emphasize the power of chanting. The Complete Idiot's Guide to Wicca and Witchcraft advises, within ritual, you can use chants to build your cone of power, just the way you would with drumming. You start out slow, then you build the pace and raise the volume. You chant faster and louder until you feel ready to burst with the energy. But don't pop. Direct this energy you've raised into your magic tool or object. This contemporary magical approach uses chants to build rhythmic momentum through repetition, similar to drumming, to induce a trance-like state and empower magical acts. In ancient times, wizards believed that the sound vibrations caused when speaking the secret names of God during magical rituals could unleash incredible cosmic forces. The personal name of God in the Old Testament was considered so powerful that wizards could only whisper it. While speaking certain names of power was forbidden unless needed for the most powerful magic, most spells had to be uttered forcefully to be effective. The female wizards of ancient Greece were said to howl their magical chants, and the legendary sirens of Greek mythology used enchanted songs to bind men to their will. Clement of Alexandria warned men about the dangers of siren magic. Sail past the song. It works death. Exert your will, and you have overcome ruin. Bound to the wood of the cross, you shall be freed from destruction. Folk tradition also speaks of the power of song being harnessed by siren-like mermaids who lured mortal men to watery graves and feasted on their souls. Shakespeare's fairy king Oberon described the potency of their melodies. The rude sea grew civil at her song, and certain stars shot madly from their spheres to hear the sea maid's music. The power of magical song, whether in ancient shamanic rituals, mythological tales, or modern Wiccan practices, continues to be a central element in the world of magic, blending rhythm, melody, and mystical intent into a potent force of enchantment. John Dee, astrologer to Queen Elizabeth I, stood as a powerful and enigmatic figure at the English court. A gifted mathematician and map maker, Dee was known as one of the most learned men in Europe at the time. However, it was his lifelong fascination with astrology, alchemy, and angel magic that made him widely feared and respected as a powerful wizard. Dr. Dee amassed an impressive library of over 4,000 books on magic and the occult, turning a wing of his London house into a laboratory for alchemical experiments. His pursuit of mystical knowledge extended far beyond books. Dee possessed an array of magical instruments, each with its own supposed supernatural properties. Central to Dee's magical practice was the famous crystal ball, now on display at the British Museum. This pale pink crystal, about the size of an orange, was allegedly presented to Dee by the Archangel Uriel during a visionary encounter. Dee believed this crystal could be used to summon and communicate with angels. Equally intriguing was Dee's obsidian mirror, a polished black stone he used for scrying, the practice of gazing into a reflective surface to receive mystical visions. This mirror, also housed in the British Museum, was said to have Aztec origins and was believed by Dee to be a powerful tool for peering into the spirit world. Other magical instruments in Dee's arsenal included a golden lamen, a magical pendant worn during rituals, and a wax tablet. These objects were integral to Dee's complex magical rituals and invocations. Dee's quest to communicate with angels led him to partner with Edward Kelly, who acted as a medium. Their first successful summoning reportedly occurred just before Christmas in 1581, when Dee conjured the angel Anael. Over time, Dee claimed to converse with various archangels, including Uriel, Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael. During these angelic seances, Kelly would gaze into the crystal shrewd stone and call forth spirits for Dee to interrogate. The angels supposedly appeared floating outside Dee's window or within the crystal itself, imparting celestial wisdom and magical knowledge. Through these communications, Dee and Kelly developed a complex magical system known as Enochian magic. This system included its own language, alphabet, and set of invocations purportedly taught to them directly by the angels. The Enochian system claimed to offer unprecedented power over the supernatural realm, allowing the practitioner to compel spirits to carry out magical spells. Another intriguing element of Dee's magical pursuits was the mysterious Book of Soiga. This text, filled with magical and alchemical writings, fascinated Dee, who believed it held great occult secrets. Despite his expertise, Dee was unable to fully decipher its contents, adding to its mystique. It was only centuries later that scholars managed to crack some of its codes, revealing complex magical squares and angelic invocations. These angelic conversations were meticulously recorded and later published in A True and Faithful Relation of what passed for many years between Dr. John Dee and some spirits. This extraordinary book provided insight into Dee's magical practices and beliefs, detailing his attempts to uncover alchemical secrets and divine knowledge through these angelic intermediaries. The angelic seances came to an abrupt and controversial end when a young female spirit guide named Madimi appeared and encouraged Dee and Kelly to engage in wife swapping. This proposition was met with strong objections from both their wives, leading to quarrels that ultimately severed the partnership between the two men. Despite this setback, Dee's reputation as a magician endured. His life and works continue to captivate the imagination, inspiring many books and influencing later magical traditions. Some scholars speculate that he served as the inspiration for Prospero, the powerful wizard in Shakespeare's The Tempest, who similarly commands spirits and possesses books of powerful magic. Dee's impact on occult practices extended far beyond his lifetime. His Enochian system and other magical writings significantly influenced later occultists and magical orders. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, an influential magical society in the late 19th and early 20th century, incorporated many elements of Dee's work into their practices. Even today, some practitioners of ceremonial magic continue to use variations of Dee's Enochian system. John Dee's legacy as the last royal magician continues to fascinate scholars and occultists alike. His life story weaves together threads of Renaissance, science, esoteric magic, and royal intrigue, creating a story that reflects the complex interplay between rationality and mysticism in Elizabethan England. Dee's relentless pursuit of both earthly and celestial knowledge marks him as a unique figure in the history of magic, bridging the gap between the medieval world of alchemy and the emerging scientific revolution. The enigma of John Dee persists to this day. Was he a brilliant scholar, pushing the boundaries of knowledge? A skilled magician with genuine supernatural abilities? Or perhaps a combination of both? Whatever the truth, his contributions to the magical traditions of the Western world remain undeniable, cementing his place as one of history's most intriguing and influential practitioners of the magical arts. Throughout history, the wizard's spell worn close to the skin was not merely a talisman but a conduit to the arcane, an object imbued with the power to shield and protect. These charms, infused with the energy of ancient rites, often took the form of amulets, their purpose twofold: to ward off illness and danger, or to attract health, wealth, and fortune to their bearer. Nowhere was this practice more revered than in the mystical heart of ancient Egypt, a land where magic intertwined seamlessly with the fabric of life. It is here, in the shadows of the pyramids, that the ultimate talisman was crafted, the Leiden magical papyrus. One of the most significant texts of Egyptian sorcery, provides a rare glimpse into this sacred art. The instructions, preserved for millennia, offer a detailed recipe for the creation of a charm that would hold unparalleled power. It read, "Take a linen band with 16 threads, 4 white, 4 green, 4 blue, 4 red. Dye them with the blood of a hoopoe, and tie them to a scarab in the form of the sun god, clothed in the finest linen." Such a talisman, wrought with colour and life, was no mere object, but a living embodiment of divine protection. To wear it was to invite the blessings of the gods, to summon their favour in times of strife and uncertainty. Beyond these woven bands, another practice flourished in ancient Egypt: the creation of figurines designed to hold the very essence of a person. These Shabti figures were crafted with an intent that went beyond art. They served as physical avatars for the target of a spell. Over time, this practice evolved into what would be later known as puppets. In the hands of a skilled sorcerer, these small effigies could be used for both benevolent and malevolent magic. If the spell was a curse, the puppet would suffer, twisted and tormented by the forces invoked. Yet, when wielded with care, the same figures could be used to heal, protect, and bestow blessings upon the intended. Stones, too, played a prominent role in the world of magic. Their power, rooted in their ancient nature and unique forms. For as long as mankind has sought power, stones, particularly those that are round or pierced with a natural hole, have been revered for their inherent magical properties. In Ireland, certain round stones came to be known as cursing stones, powerful enough to shift the very tides of fortune. These stones, when turned clockwise during a spell, could cast ill luck upon the victim, entangling them in misfortune. Such beliefs were not isolated. In the rugged Scottish Highlands, legend tells of a 17th century wizard named Cognac O'Her, a man gifted with the power of prophecy through a magical stone. This stone, said to have appeared mysteriously upon his chest as he slept in the wilderness, held a hole through which visions of the future could be glimpsed. It was no ordinary object. It was a gift from the other world, a glimpse into a realm beyond human understanding. Wearing or carrying such charms, whether stones, amulets, or enchanted rings, was to believe to augment the power of a wizard. More than just physical protection, these items acted as shields against the insidious forces of negative energy. Yet, to unlock their full potential, they first had to be charged with magic, an act that required ritual, focus, and the wizard's intent. Rings, in particular, were revered as powerful talismans, imbued with ancient knowledge and often etched with symbols of immense significance. No ring was more famous than that of King Solomon, the fabled ruler of Israel. According to legend, Solomon possessed a ring inscribed with a hexagram and the secret name of God. With this ring, he held dominion over spirits and demons, summoning them to perform his bidding, to construct grand temples and unearth hidden truths. The notion of this magic ring, central to the balance of good and evil, endures in the works of modern imagination. In J.R.R. Tolkien's monumental trilogy, The Lord of the Rings, we of course find the ultimate talisman, the One Ring, an object of supreme power and peril. It is said to be cool to the touch, even after being retrieved from the heart of a fire. Upon its surface, fiery runes proclaim, "One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them." This idea of a single ring holding the fate of the world in balance mirrors an earlier tale from the 19th century, that of Richard Wagner's epic opera cycle, Der Ring des Nibelungen. In this saga, another ring of power emerges from the depths, forged from the Rhine's priceless hoard of gold. As the music swells, the audience is drawn into a battle where not only men, but gods themselves are threatened. A shaft of light from the heavens suddenly illuminates the Rhine treasure, the priceless hoard of gold. The gold may be forged into a ring which will allow its owner to rule the world. The dark dwarf, Ulberic, seizes the treasure, forges the ring of power, and with it commands a force so great that even the heavens tremble under its weight. Such stories, whether drawn from ancient texts or modern fantasies, reveal the timeless allure of the magical ring. Whether worn on the hand of a king, a wizard, or a humble traveler, these rings, these talismans of power, speak to the eternal human desire to touch the divine, to command the forces that govern life and death, and to protect ourselves from the unseen energies that shape our fate. Just as a king or queen bears a scepter to signify their royal authority, the wizard wields his staff not merely as a symbol, but as the very heart of his arcane strength. Unlike the scepter, which represents the power in the realm of men, The wizard's wand is a concentrated vessel for his magic, a conduit through which the forces of the universe are challenged and directed. The greater the wizard, the more potent his wand, a tool capable of both miraculous creation and destructive devastation. The wand is not just a tool of the trade. It is an extension of the wizard's very being, a means of manipulating the unseen forces that govern the cosmos. For the most powerful of practitioners, it can shape destiny, alter reality, and bend the elements to their will, whether to bring light to the world or to cast it into shadow. One of the earliest examples of this mystical object belonged to none other than Jupiter, the supreme god of classical mythology. Jupiter, known as the ruler of the heavens and the bringer of light, held a scepter of unrivaled power. Forged by the god of fire, this wand was no ordinary creation. It was infused with the essence of the thunderbolt itself, making it a tool of both creation and destruction. When Jupiter wielded his scepter, the heavens trembled, and light was born from chaos. His power was such that no mortal or god could withstand his might when the staff was in his hand. Mercury, the fleet-footed messenger of the gods and guide of souls to the underworld, also wielded a staff, though his was imbued with subtler powers. It bore two serpents entwined around its shaft, symbolizing the delicate balance between life and death. With this wand, Mercury conducted the spirits of the dead to their final resting place and could cast powerful spells. As the 17th century poet John Milton once wrote, Mercury's opiate rod had the power to induce enchanted sleep, to ease suffering, and to soothe the weary with the touch of its magical tip. This rod, entwined with serpents, was not only a guide to the underworld, but also a potent emblem of transformation and healing. Even in the misty past, long before the civilizations of Greece and Rome, wizards roamed the earth the magic wands accompanying them into the great beyond. Archaeologists, in their tireless quest to uncover the forgotten secrets of the ancients, believe they may have found evidence of Britain's earliest known wizard. In the wind-swept cliffs of South Wales, the ceremonial burial site known as the Paviland Tomb, dating back to around 24,000 BC, holds the remains of a young man laid to rest with ivory mammoth tusks, revered relics of the time. What is most intriguing is that these tusks have been deliberately broken, a practice suggesting that they may have once served as a magic staff. You see, ivory, treasured for its mystical properties, was believed to channel great power. To break the wizard's scepter upon his death was not merely an act of reverence. It was a ritual destruction to ensure that the magic did not fall into the wrong hands or linger where it might cause harm. This ancient ritual of breaking the wand to signify the end of a wizard's power persisted through the ages, manifesting in stories of old and in the works of the great bard himself. In Shakespeare's The Tempest, we witness the very moment when the wizard Prospero renounces his magic, choosing to end his mystical influence over the world. He says, "Graves at my command have waked their sleepers, opt and let them forth. By my potent art, but this rough magic I here abjure. I'll break my staff, bury it in certain fathoms in the earth, and deeper than ever did plummets sound, I'll drown my book." Prospero's decision to break his staff and relinquish his power marks the final act of a wizard who had commanded the elements, raised the dead, and shaped the fates of those around him. The act of burying the staff symbolizes the burial of magic itself, a return to the natural order after the wizard's art had so long disrupted the balance. Yet, the power of the wand remains a potent force in the imagination. Jupiter, god of light and thunder, serves as the archetype of the wizard who wields his staff to illuminate the darkness. The staff is a symbol of clarity and truth, pushing back the shadow and revealing what is hidden. The magical power of the wizard's staff to overcome evil is vividly depicted in modern literature, most notably in A Wizard of Earthsea by Ursula K. Le Guin. In this tale, the young wizard Jed faces a terrifying shadow beast, a creature of pure darkness and malevolence, with only his staff as a weapon. Jed calls forth its full power in a desperate duel. It reads, Jed lifted up the staff high, and the radiance of it brightened, burning with so white and great a light that it compelled and harrowed even that ancient darkness. In that light, all form of man sloughed off the thing that came towards Jed. It drew together and shrank and blackened. Here, the staff is no longer just a tool. It becomes the embodiment of Jed's strength, a weapon of light that strips away the dark, revealing the truth and the form beneath. The scene underscores the ultimate role of the wizard's wand, to bring forth illumination in times of darkness, to wield the power of the cosmos, not merely for personal gain, but for the protection of the world. In every culture, in every age, the wand has been more than a symbol of magic. It is the very essence of the wizard's connection to the mystical forces that bind the universe together. Whether carved from ivory, adorned with serpents, or forged in the heart of a volcano, the wand remains the ultimate tool of power, representing the eternal struggle between light and darkness, good and evil. Among the pantheon of Norse gods, Odin reigns supreme as the All-Father, a figure of immense wisdom and power. His mastery of the ruins, those ancient magical symbols, was one of his greatest feats. For these characters were said to unlock the very secrets of life itself. However, the path to such knowledge came at a great cost. You see, it is said that in a legendary act of sacrifice, Odin pierced himself with a spear forged by the dwarves and hung as a corpse from the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights. His torment was great, yet his reward was greater still. At the end of his suffering, the ruins revealed themselves to him, and Odin triumphantly proclaimed, "I peered downward. I grasped the ruins. Screeching, I grasped them." With the ruins in his possession, Odin gained access to primordial wisdom, knowledge from the dawn of time itself. He shared this ancient magic with gods and men alike, teaching their use of runic symbols for divination, meditation, and spellcraft. When combined into bind ruins, these characters became powerful talismans, offering protection and guidance to those who wielded them. Empowered by this wisdom, Odin became Lord of the Gallows, a master of both life and death. With his mastery over the ruins, he could carve them into corpses, reanimating the dead to extract from them the secrets of the underworld. His magical prowess extended beyond the mortal realm. Mounted on his 8-legged steed, Odin traversed land, sea, and sky, even sometimes journeying into the underworld to seek answers about the death of his son, Balder. Though the resident prophetess saw through his disguise and denied him full knowledge, Odin's shape-shifting abilities allowed him to deceive many others. Perhaps his greatest deception came when Odin sought the mead of poetry, a drink imbued with magical wisdom. To claim it, Odin transformed himself into a giant and worked tirelessly for Bogi, the brother of the mead's guardian, Suttung. When this effort failed, he morphed into a serpent, slithering through a drilled hole to reach the sacred brew. There, Odin took the form of a handsome youth, seducing the female guard who allowed him to drink the mead to its dregs. Having succeeded, he transformed once more, this time into an eagle, and soared to safety with his prize. Like many great wizards of legend, Odin also possessed a golden ring, forged by 2 dwarfs. Now, This magical ring, worn around his arm, had the extraordinary ability to produce 8 new rings every 9th night, a testament to his boundless power. Odin's legacy lives on in countless tales, including Richard Wagner's Ring Cycle operas, where he is immortalized as a god who commands both gods and men with unparalleled wisdom and might. From the beginning of time, the cauldron has been an essential tool in the hands of witches and wizards. More than just a vessel for potions, it symbolized life itself, fertility, renewal, and even the power to raise the dead. In the ancient world, the cauldron was believed to hold such potent magic that it could resurrect those who had passed into the afterlife, returning them from the shadowy realm of death. One of the most legendary cauldrons is that of the Welsh sorceress Ceridwen, a goddess of magic and transformation. Her cauldron's enchanted brew, meticulously prepared over the course of a year and a day, was meant to distill wisdom, inspiration, and science. Intended for her son, whose deformities she sought to remedy with knowledge. But fate intervened when the humble servant Gwydion, tasked with stirring the cauldron, accidentally tasted 3 precious drops of the brew. Empowered instantly with the wisdom of the gods, Gwydion fled from the wrath of the goddess. In a desperate chase, Gwydion shape-shifted to various animals to escape her grasp. A hare, a fish, and an otter, and a bird. But Ceridwen the goddess, a mistress of transformation herself, pursued relentlessly. When he morphed into a single grain of wheat, hiding among many, the goddess found him, swallowing him whole. Yet, even in her stomach, Gwydion's transformation continued. He became an unborn child, and 9 months later, Ceridwen gave birth to a radiant baby boy. This child would grow into Taliesin, the famed Welsh bard and prophet, whose songs could calm storms, travel through space and time, and conjure magical wonders, as recorded in the 6th century book of Taliesin. The great wizard declared, "Gwydion created me, great magic from the staff of enchantment. From 550s of magicians and teachers, like math was I produced. The magician of magicians created me before the world." Yet, perhaps the most famous cauldron in the history of magic comes from Shakespeare's Macbeth, where 3 witches stand over a bubbling brew, concocting a spell of powerful malice. Into their cauldron they drop ingredients that have since become iconic. Eye of newt and toe of frog, wool of bat and tongue of dog, adder's fork and blindworm's sting, lizard's leg and howlet's wing, for a charm of powerful trouble, like a hell broth boil and bubble. This potion, bubbling with hell broth, encapsulates the chaotic and destructive forces that witches could summon with their dark arts. However, as the pursuit of magic evolved, so too did the tools of the trade. You see, the cauldron, once a symbol of fertility and life, gave way to more scientific apparatuses as wizards embarked on the study of alchemy. Magic shifted from the mystical to the experimental, and the cauldron was replaced by crucibles and vaporizing vessels. Early Greek alchemists used a tube-like vessel with a furnace at the base and a dome for condensing vapors, transforming liquids into mystical substances. One of the most atmospheric descriptions of a magical laboratory comes from Irish folk legend, where the 16th century wizard Earl, Gerald Fitzgerald, conducted his alchemical experiments. His laboratory is described as a place of eerie mystery. It reads, "It was a strange, old high-vaulted room set about with magical implements and great stoppered jars which seemed to bubble and hiss with mysterious contents. There were large casks too, which appeared to contain the dust of human bodies, and glass bottles in which floated preserved anatomical parts, both human and animal. In a shadowy corner stood the great mirror, in which visions of distant parts of the world came and went. The whole place fairly seethed of ancient magic. Magic and science coexisted, yet the cauldron remained a symbol of the mystical past, a vessel of creation, destruction, and rebirth. The notion that clothes make the man applies doubly to the wizard, whose attire is often an outward symbol of his power and arcane authority. The magical clothing worn by a wizard carries not only symbols and sigils of power, but also imbues the wearer with a sense of purpose, reminding him that great work is to be done. As a modern Wiccan handbook advises, your magical clothing is another way you can add power to your magic. When you wear your magical clothing, it lets the subconscious know that there is work to be done. Your magical clothing can also carry magical symbols or messages. This too will help empower the clothing. The archetypal image of the wizard's attire is most famously illustrated in T.H. White's The Sword in the Stone, where Merlin's gown is described in intricate detail. His robes were not mere fabric, but a tapestry of symbols. It reads, "He was dressed in a flowing gown with fur tippets, which had the signs of the zodiac embroidered all over it, together with various signs as of triangles with eyes in them, queer crosses, leaves of trees, bones and birds and animals, and a planetarium whose stars shone like bits of looking glass with the sun on them. He had a pointed hat, like a dunce's cap. He also had a wand and a pair of horn-rimmed spectacles. Merlin's attire was the very essence of the wizard's majesty, draped in stars, bones, and the symbols of ancient magic. The pointed hat, rising skyward, signified the wizard's connection to the heavens, while the horn-rimmed spectacles gave him the air of a scholar. This image has endured through time, shaping the visual representation of wizards in modern fantasy. Even in ancient Egypt, the arch-magicians wore star-spangled robes, mirroring the heavens and symbolizing their dominion over both the seen and unseen realms. French kings would later adopt these celestial cloaks during their coronations, drawing upon the ancient magic of Egypt to legitimize their divine right to rule. The shaman, too, wore elaborate costumes adorned with symbols representing the animal guides of the spirit world. Feathers, bones, and other elements of nature were woven into their clothing to help them transform during trances. One particularly elaborate example comes from the 9th century Irish glossary of Cormac, which describes a shaman's cloak made from the skins of birds. It reads, "The fantastic cloak was made of the skins of white and many-coloured birds. Up to his girdle of the necks of mallards, and from his girdle up to his neck of their tufts." Even in modern times, wizards dress for their magical tasks, though often with an eye toward blending in with the world around them. Tolkien's wizard Gandalf, for instance, enters the Shire in humble garb, a tall, pointed blue hat, a long grey cloak, and a silver scarf. Yet, beneath this seemingly simple exterior lies great power. When the time comes, Gandalf reveals his true might, transforming from Gandalf the Grey into Gandalf the White, radiant and more powerful than the corrupted Saruman. Thus, the clothing of the wizard is more than just a costume. It is an extension of his power, a reflection of his magical abilities, and a key to unlocking the forces of the universe. Whether donned for ritual or worn in everyday life, these garments mark the wearer as someone who stands apart from the ordinary, cloaked in the mantle of the arcane. Even today, quartz remains deeply tied to the world of magical healing, rooted in the belief that it holds a reservoir of natural energy, one so potent that those skilled enough can tap in to empower the spirit and rejuvenate the body. This long-held theory found validation in the discovery of Semen Kirlian, a 20th century Russian scientist who revealed the crystals emanate a halo of radiating energy, an aura that suggests life and power lie within the stone itself. Through the veil of time, wizards have sought the wisdom of crystal balls, not only for healing, but to pierce the mists of the future. This mysterious art became widely known in 15th century Europe, where tales circulated of magicians able to beckon forth spirits or angelic beings into the gleaming glass, commanding their obedience in matters of prophecy and influence. The 16th century alchemist and sorcerer John Dee possessed such a mystic crystal, one said to have been gifted by the angel Uriel. With this enchanted artifact, Dee, alongside his medium Edward Kelly, would summon celestial beings, calling them forth to reveal secrets of the heavens. Dee also owned a rare mirror of polished black obsidian, reputedly brought from Mexico, a treasure of such dark allure it seemed as if it held shadows of its past within its glass. Magic mirrors hold an aura all to their own, enshrouded in ages-old significance and guarded fiercely by those who understand their power. In the dim glow of candlelight, wizards would gaze into these reflective surfaces until they fell into a trance-like state, allowing their spirits to venture into realms unseen, where they could commune with ethereal beings and glimpse truths hidden beyond the mortal plane. It was believed that mirrors held not only reflections, but the very essence of one's soul, and that careless handling could imperil that spirit, risking entrapment in the world beyond. Albertus Magnus, the medieval sorcerer and scholar, left cryptic instructions for crafting a magic mirror of one's own, though not without a cautionary note. His eerie advice echoes through time. Buy a looking glass and inscribe upon it S. Solam, S. Tatler, S. Echo Gordner, Gemator. Bury it at a crossroads during an uneven hour. On the third day, return it at the same hour and retrieve it. But do not be the first to gaze upon it. Heeding this warning, magicians would often allow an animal to look first, lest the mirror's enchantments trap them unwittingly in a world beyond. The mirror's magical allure has captivated imaginations across centuries, woven into tales where glass becomes a gateway to strange lands and hidden knowledge. From the vengeful stepmother of Snow White, who seeks counsel in her enchanted mirror, to brave Alice, who steps through a looking glass into Wonderland. The mirror has ever been a doorway to worlds unknown. Even in the pages of modern stories, as in J.K. Rowling's account of Harry Potter's battle for the Philosopher's Stone, it is a magic mirror that aids Harry in protecting the stone from the malevolent Voldemort, reflecting not only his reflection, but the purity of his intentions. Yet, even a simple, still pool of water can transform into an enchanting scrying tool, as Frodo, the unsuspecting hero of Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings, learns when gazing into the mirror of Galadriel. There, he is ensnared, nearly drawn into the darkness by the vision of the malevolent Sauron, a being so powerful that his very essence could distort the flow of time and fate within the water's depths. Magic mirror before my eyes, see my needs and hear my cries. Ring out the beauty that lies within. Start the spell. Let the magic begin. Through this glass, my reflection I see, my intent, my will, so mote it be. In this ancient incantation, the mirror becomes a bridge between realms, whispering of powers that dwell just beyond the veil, waiting to be awakened by those who dare to call upon them. The ancient practice of crafting a sacred space is an art understood only by the most adept wizards. For within such spaces lies the potential to channel powerful spells. Of all these sanctified spaces, none is as potent as the magic circle, a timeless symbol of wholeness and unity. The mystical boundary does more than simply outline a spellcaster's domain. It creates a vessel for concentrated energy and opens a passage to the world of spirits. But a warning follows the circle's creation. Those who step beyond its boundaries during the ritual risk disaster. A conjured spirit may seize upon such a lapse, or the spell could unravel, unleashing forces neither wizard nor mortal could hope to control. In lore, the dangers of breaking a magic circle are starkly illustrated in the tale of the 16th century wizard Earl Desmond. Desmond's mastery was formidable, yet he made the fateful decision to permit his wife to observe his spell casting, a choice that demanded the utmost caution. She was instructed to remain within a protective circle, for its magic could only shield her so long as she kept silent and unmoving. The Earl warned her with words etched in memory. "Stand where you are," he commanded, drawing a chalk circle around her, etching glyphs and symbols along its edge. As his hand traced intricate lines, she found herself enclosed within a curious pentagram. Now, stay within this circle and make no sound regardless of what you witness. If you should move or utter even the smallest noise, there will be dire consequences for us all. But as she witnessed the monstrous visions he summoned, terror overtook her, and her scream shattered the silence. In an instant, they both vanished, submerged beneath the dark waters of the lake, a fate sealed by a single broken silence. Casting the magic circle is no casual undertaking, for it demands a consecrated dagger, sword, or wand wielded with precision. Timing is crucial. The ritual must align with favorable astrological conditions and the hour of casting, whether by day or night. plays its own significant role. According to arcane tradition, the ideal circle spans 9 feet in diameter, although some rituals call for a double circle, an inner ring of 8 feet, encircled by a larger one of 10 feet. As the wizard inscribes this boundary, they move clockwise, mirroring the harmonious motion of the cosmos. But in the forbidden rites of dark magic, a wizard might move counterclockwise, reversing this natural flow to unleash energies of a more sinister nature. Inscribed symbols within the circle amplify its power, drawing upon ancient shapes to reinforce its purpose. Among these is the pentacle, a 5-pointed star circumscribed within a circle, symbolizing the unity of divine forces. Long used as a talisman of protection, the pentacle's formidable power lies in its ability to ward off spirits. Its significance immortalized in Ludovico Arestio's 16th century epic, Orlando Furioso. And on her head, least spirits should invade. Pentacle for more assurance laid. Each carefully chosen glyph, each delicate line and angle of the circle, channels power beyond understanding, warding against forces that linger unseen, waiting to cross into our world. Legends speak of the great wizard Merlin, whose powers span beyond the comprehension of his time. Among tales told in Geoffrey Monmouth's Historia Regum Britannia, it is said that Merlin himself was behind the construction of Stonehenge. According to the story, the stones originated in Ireland, in a place known as the Giant's Dance, where they had long been revered for their mystical qualities. Merlin, under the command of King Aurelius, transported these stones across the sea, summoning giants to aid him in lifting each monolith into place. Stonehenge was designed as more than just a gathering of stones. It was a sacred circle, a hallowed boundary within which energies could be concentrated, and the worlds of the living and the dead brought nearer. Its placement was deliberate, marking the cycles of the sun and moon, with its alignment capturing the energies of the earth itself. This circle, like other magic circles, was said to hold a protective quality, offering sanctuary to those within and containing the mystical energies that might otherwise spill outward. As a creation attributed to Merlin, Stonehenge became a testament to his powers, a reminder of the mysterious forces that shaped ancient Britain and the figures like Merlin who wielded them. Michael Scott, an enigmatic figure whose name reverberates through centuries of lore, was no ordinary scholar. Born in the 13th century, he was renowned throughout Europe as a mathematician, physician, astrologer, and, most notoriously, a magician. According to legend, Scott's journey into the world of the arcane began with an unexpected taste of forbidden magic. One tale claims that he acquired his powers by accidentally sampling the flesh of a magical fish. Instructed only to observe as the fish cooked, Scott's curiosity led him astray. He burned his fingers on the enchanted flesh and instinctively cooled them in his mouth, thereby ingesting his first taste of magic. From that moment on, he was no mere mortal, but a man transformed, a scholar who ventured to the realms of alchemy and sorcery. Respected in life as a polymath, Scott gained a reputation that blurred the lines between scholar and sorcerer. His pursuits spanned fields of astronomy to medicine, yet tales of his supernatural feats far outshone his academic achievements. Some legends claim that Scott summoned the devil himself to aid him in building a road across Scotland in a single night, a feat that would have been impossible through conventional means. Others recount how he traveled to Paris, where he performed an extraordinary feat, causing the bells of Notre Dame to ring with just a wave of his hand. This blending of intellectual accomplishment and magical prowess secured his reputation, drawing followers and skeptics alike. Scott's studies delved into the ancient mysteries of alchemy, and his writings reflect his belief in the possibility of transforming base metals into gold an achievement that symbolized mastery over nature itself. One of his most arcane recipes required the blood of a red owl mixed with saffron, urine, and cucumber juice. Such ingredients, strange and specific, demonstrate the symbolic language of alchemy, where each component represented hidden aspects of the natural world. For Scott, alchemy was both science and mystery, a field that required intellect, intuition, and magical insight. Yet, it was his travels that captivated the imaginations of his contemporaries. Tales abound of magical mounts capable of carrying Scott across vast distances in the blink of an eye. According to some legends, he rode a fairy horse through the skies or traversed oceans on the back of a fantastical sea creature. His most famous journey, however, was a whirlwind flight from Scotland to Rome on the back of a witch, all to seek an audience with the Pope. This journey is shrouded in layers of myth, with some accounts suggesting that the Pope, skeptical of Scott's claims, demanded proof of his origins. Scott's response was cryptic but compelling. He simply pointed to the snow that clung to his bonnet, stating he had travelled so swiftly from Scotland that traces of his homeland had remained with him. To further convince the Pope, Scott purportedly revealed a secret, telling him that a shoe on your foot is not your own. The Pope looked down to discover a woman's shoe on his right foot. Astonished by Scott's insight, the subtle feat of divination convinced the Pope of his authenticity, earning Scott an audience and the knowledge he sought. Scott's renown extended well beyond his life. Immortalized by an Italian poet, Dante. In the Divine Comedy, Dante placed Michael Scott in the 8th circle of the Inferno, the realm reserved for those who practiced forbidden arts. To Dante and his contemporaries, Michael Scott represented the archetype of the wizard who, despite his intellect, was ultimately consigned to hell for his pursuit of knowledge beyond mortal limits. This legacy solidified Scott's reputation, casting him as a figure both revered and feared. A man who strayed into realms forbidden to most. In Scotland, Scott's final resting place is believed to be Melrose Abbey, where local legend insists that his tomb holds a mysterious, wondrous light that burns eternally, warding off evil spirits. This light, unexplained and unextinguished, is seen as a symbol of Scott's enduring influence. To this day, tales of Michael Scott blur the line between fact and myth, leaving him as a figure suspended in the collective imagination. A scholar, a wizard, and a legend whose life defies simple categorization. Morgana, also known as Morgan Le Fay, has woven her enchantments through the ages as one of Arthurian legend's most enigmatic figures. Immortalized, the ultimate sorceress and seductress, she remains a symbol of the powerful allure and danger of magic itself. In Le Morte d'Arthur, the 15th century epic by Sir Thomas Malory, she is depicted as Arthur's ambitious and treacherous half-sister, relentlessly plotting to usurp his throne and steal the magical sword Excalibur. As a character, Morgana is both seductive and cunning, embodying the complexities of feminine power in a world dominated by knights. Her beginnings, as told by Malory, hint at an early, dangerous mingling with magic. Placed in a convent for her education, she was immersed in a life of religious devotion. But it was here that her interest in the arcane flourished. Malory recounts that she learned so much that she was a great clerk of necromancy, becoming proficient in the forbidden arts. With her deepening knowledge, she began to view the world through the lens of a sorceress, one who could manipulate people and events to her will, even if it meant pitting herself against the legendary King Arthur himself. Morgana's influence extended beyond mere knowledge, however. Her beauty and charisma were reputedly so potent that she could ensnare the most powerful figures of her time, including the great Merlin, Arthur's trusted advisor, the greatest wizard of the age. With her seductive charms, she lured Merlin into teaching her secrets, reserved for the wisest of magicians. Once she had learned enough, she ensnared him, trapping Merlin within an enchanted prison of his own design, a tower of air that held him captive and silent, unable to interfere with her plans. In doing so, Morgana positioned herself as the most knowledgeable and formidable sorceress in Britain, a role she relished as she continued her machinations against the king. Her magical skills were not limited to spells and potions. Morgana was also a master shapeshifter, a rare ability that allowed her to transform her appearance at will. This power let her shift from a breathtaking young woman to an ancient crone, adopting whatever guise suited her purpose. In the medieval English poem, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, she uses this ability to manipulate one of Arthur's loyal knights, Sir Gawain. Disguised as a beautiful lady, she tempts Gawain, seeking to undermine his honor and loyalty. Though Gawain resists her advances, he accepts a magical girdle that ultimately saves him from death at the hands of the Green Knight. It is only later that he discovers the alluring woman is none other than Morgan Le Fay herself, who had devised the ordeal in hopes of seeing him fall. Some legends suggest Morgana's roots lie even deeper in ancient mythology, connecting her to the Irish goddess Morrigan, also known as Morrigu, a deity associated with war, transformation, and fate. Morrigan was feared for her ability to conjure dense fogs and storms, bending the natural elements to influence battles and bewilder armies. She often appeared on the battlefield as a raven, feeding on the fallen soldiers, an omen of death and destruction. This powerful association deepens Morgana's mythological significance, linking her not just to mortal magic, but to a divine force wielded by ancient gods. An Irish epic describes Morrigan in chilling detail. Over his head is shrieking a lean hag, quickly hopping. Over the points of the weapons and the shield, she is grey-haired Morrigu. In her many forms, whether as Morrigan, Morgana le Fay, or Fata Morrigan, she represents the unpredictable and often destructive side of magic. Her actions, whether through seduction, betrayal, or manipulation, embody the fear, fascination surrounding powerful women and their influence over the mortal realm. Even after centuries, Morgana remains a symbol of dark allure, a figure poised between worlds, mastering the forces of magic and wielding them to create, destroy, and challenge the very order of Camelot itself. Dreams have long been considered a gateway to hidden realms and untapped powers, a liminal space where the boundaries between reality and magic blur. The ancient Egyptians, steeped in ritual and reverence for the divine, believed that dreams could reveal truths, offer glimpses of the future, and bring about magical transformations. Among the arch-magicians of ancient Egypt, dreaming true was a sacred practice, wherein a practitioner might enter a south-facing cave, cloaked in darkness, and gaze into the flame of a single candle. By focusing on the flame, the wizard would slip into a trance-like state, crossing into a world where desires and visions intertwined. In this dream state, they would call upon deities to grant their desires, invoking them to bring their needs into reality through the power of the dream. An Egyptian spell from the 20th dynasty contains a detailed ritual for love enchantment. By summoning a god in a trance, the practitioner aimed to capture the affections of a chosen woman. The spell is complex, including a fervent plea to ancient gods, and in a show of desperation, it concludes with a threat to Osiris himself. Hail to thee, Father of the gods. Hail to you, O ye 7 Hathors, who are adorned with the strings of red thread. Hail to you, Lords of heaven and earth. like an ox after grass, like a servant after her children, like a drover after his herd. If you do not make her come after me, then I will set fire and burn up Osiris. The language in the spell demonstrates both the vulnerability of human longing and the belief in the god's willingness to intervene in matters of the heart. Egyptian dream magic often involved such invocations, casting spells that merged human desire with divine will, seeking outcomes that the waking world could not guarantee. Magic practitioners throughout history have regarded dreams as a vessel for spiritual messages and visions, often preparing spells meant to unlock the dream world's mysteries. Among these practices is pillow magic, a simple yet potent spell for revealing one's future spouse. To perform it, one places a prayer book open to the marriage service beneath a pillow on a Wednesday or Saturday night, believing these to be days of heightened spiritual energy. Ensuring the book opens to the line, "With this ring I thee wed." One then binds the book with a scarlet and white ribbon and adds a sprig of myrtle, plant sacred to Aphrodite, symbolizing love and desire. With these items in place, the practitioner hopes to summon an image of their future bridegroom into their dream, granting a fleeting glimpse of the life awaiting them. But not all dream spells unfold as planned. In a cautionary tale from 19th century Scotland, a young woman attempted a complex dream ritual to conjure her future husband. The spell required her to place holly leaves under her pillow and set out 3 pails of water. That night, she dreamed of her lover, but her vision took a dark turn. In the dream, he dropped a rope with a noose at the end, a foreboding omen. The next morning, she woke to find the rope lying in her press. Though she married her lover soon after, within a fortnight, he used the same rope to take his own life, fulfilling the grim prophecy of her dream. These dream spells illustrate the delicate balance between desire and destiny that dream magic navigates. While some dreamers find answers and solace in the visions granted to them, Others discover that dreams can reveal unsettling truths, exposing the hidden shadows of the future. From ancient Egypt's elaborate trances to simple folk practices, dream magic has continued to bridge the human and the divine, offering glimpses of love, loss, and mystery as complex and unpredictable as dreams themselves. Love charms and potions have enchanted hearts and minds for centuries, with one of the most iconic appearing in Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. Here, the fairy king Oberon concocts a potent elixir to enact his revenge on Queen Titania by making her fall helplessly in love with a transformed mortal, a figure with the head of a donkey. This potion was drawn from the juice of a flower, its powers amplified by Cupid's arrow, and served to strip Titania of her will, replacing her senses with overpowering attraction. I'll drop the liquor of it in her eyes. The next thing then she waking looks upon, be it lion or wolf or bull, on meddling monkey or on busy ape, she shall pursue it with the soul of love. The tale illustrates an ancient belief that love potions, if mixed correctly, can breach the heart's defenses and transform feelings. For those unable to obtain such a rare enchanted flower, ancient practitioners looked to other, more elaborate rites to capture the affections of another. A scroll from ancient Greece details a complex ritual that relies on conjuring forces from beyond our mortal world. To begin, it instructs: make a figure of a dog 8 fingers long out of wax and gum. Write words on the figure where the ribs are. On a separate tablet, write the names of the demons who are being called upon to assist. Then place the tablet on a tripod and the dog on the tablet. Recite the words of power written on the side of the dog and the names written on the tablet. If the dog snarls, the spell will not be successful. If it barks, it will be a success. This ritual, with its vivid symbols and cautionary requirements, speaks to the risks practitioners were willing to take to gain the love or attention of another, often drawing on ancient deities or spirits to lend their strength. Success was never guaranteed, but the allure of capturing love's magic spurred many to seek out and attempt such rites. In more recent traditions, love charms became simpler to perform, though they retained a mystical allure. For a modern-day charm, it is said that one might collect water under a full moon, believed to be charged with lunar energy, and carefully drip it over a photograph of oneself with one's beloved. With focused intent, one visualizes the beloved approaching, then speaks the incantation. Sacred water flow from me to draw him ever near. As endless rivers run to sea, his path to me is clear. A love that's true once here he'll find, and know his journey's end, and in his heart and soul and mind he'll know our lives should blend. It is believed that this ritual, though simple, harnesses the moon's influence over emotion and attraction, guiding the beloved on an invisible path to the practitioner. Flower magic, a method as old as love magic itself, was often woven into charms aimed at bringing a lover close. In one traditional spell, red roses, a symbol of deep passion, play the starring role. The ritual instructs one to stealthily place 5 roses along the path between one's own and the desired lover's home. Each rose a step closer to bonding their fates. Then, from a 6th rose, 5 petals are burned one by one in the flame of a pure beeswax candle while chanting, "Burn a pathway to my door." 5 rose petals now are 4, 4 to 3 in candle fire, bringing closer my desire. 3 to 2, I burn the rose, love no hesitation shows. Burn 2 to 1, till there are none. The spell is done. Come, lover, come. By blending flowers, fire, and intent, this charm is thought to work within the forces of nature, merging desire with the elements to open the way for love. Whether through potions, rites, or the delicate power of flowers, these spells illustrate an enduring belief in the unseen forces guiding human connection and the willingness to bend magic to bring love within reach. Deep beneath the calm waters of Lough Weir in Ireland, legends say the country's most powerful magician still lives. Gerald Fitzgerald, the Earl of Desmond, who practiced his dark arts in the 16th century. The lake surface rarely betrays what lies below, but locals know better than to linger near its dark edges, especially on certain nights when the moon hangs heavy in the night sky. The Earl's reign of magical terror ended suddenly, one storm-black night. His wife, bound by magic to keep silent forever about her husband's powers, couldn't contain her horror when she watched him transform into a grotesque giant before her eyes. Her scream shattered more than just silence. It broke the spell that held the world together. In moments, their island castle and everyone within its walls plunged into the depths of the lake, where some say they remain to this very day, preserved by magic in their watery tomb. But death, it seems, has no power over the wizard Earl. Every 7 years, like clockwork, it's said, he rises from the dark waters to walk among the living once more. When midnight strikes on the anniversary of his castle sinking, it is said he emerges from the lake, searching for unwary souls to drag back down to his submerged kingdom. Those who have glimpsed him say he appears as he did in life, proud and terrible, with eyes that hold centuries of secrets. In the late 19th century, a washerwoman named Moll Rail came closer than most to joining the Earl's underwater court. It is said, while washing clothes in the lake one day, she encountered the ghostly figure himself. He offered her a golden ring, its surface catching light that seemed to come from nowhere. But fate had other plans. You see, as Moll reached for the ring, her fingers fumbled, and it fell into the dark water with a splash that seemed to echo forever. She ran home that day and never washed clothes again at the lake. The fear that followed the Earl's disappearance paled in comparison to the terror he inspired while alive. The church branded him a demon summoner, and people whispered about the evil spirits he called forth from his secret chamber in the castle's highest tower. His wife's curiosity about these dark powers would prove their undoing. She begged him endlessly to show her his magic, until finally, against his better judgment, he gave in. He agreed on one condition: she must not make a sound, no matter what she witnessed. So it is said the next evening, true to his word, he led her to his secret room. He drew a chalk circle around her, filling it with strange symbols that seemed to move in the torchlight. After lighting a brazier and burning mysterious herbs, he drank from a small bottle and began his transformation. His wife watched in growing horror as her husband changed before her eyes. First, to a massive vulture that beat its wings against the chamber walls. Then, into a twisted old hag that clawed at her circle of protection. And finally, into a giant serpent that struck again and again at the invisible barrier around her. But it was his final transformation that broke her completely. Quote, "The Earl himself laid on the floor of the chamber, just outside the outer rim of the chalk circle, and he began to stretch. Longer and longer he grew, his face becoming more misshapen, until his vast head was almost touching one wall of the room, and his heels reaching the other. His arms and legs had stretched out, all of recognition. An intense horror suddenly overcame the lady in the circle. Opening her mouth, she gave a very loud scream, which reverberated through the castle." Unquote. The spell shattered. Storm clouds gathered instantly overhead, and the lake rose up like a giant hand. The castle and everyone inside vanished beneath the waters, where they remain to this very day. Though some say on quiet nights you can still hear the echoes of that final scream across the surface of Loch Gwir. The power of a malevolent gaze has haunted human imagination since the dawn of civilization. Across cultures and millennia, people have lived in fear of the evil eye, a supernatural force that could bring disease, misfortune, or death to its victims through nothing more than a glance. This belief was so deeply entrenched that elaborate systems of protection and countermeasures developed, requiring swift action should anyone fall victim to this dreaded curse. In ancient Egypt, where magic and medicine intertwined, the eye held particular significance in both protective and destructive magic. The eye wasn't merely an organ of sight. It represented the fundamental power of creation itself. In Egyptian hieroglyphics, the eye symbol literally meant to create, embodying concepts of wholeness, protection, and divine power. This sacred understanding of the eye's power found its ultimate expression in the words of Egyptian magicians during their final initiation rites. Quote, "I have applied the Eye of Horus to you, so that your face may be regenerated by it. I have anointed your eyes with the green ointment and the black ointment, so that your face may be regenerated by them. I complete your face with ointment from the Eye of Horus, by which it was completed. He reattaches your bonds, he reassembles your limbs, he reunites your flesh, and scatters your ills." Unquote. The Egyptian wizards, recognizing the devastating potential of the evil eye, developed sophisticated magical defenses. One of their most intricate rituals was known as the rite of hitting a ball, where the ball symbolically represented the evil eye itself. This complex ceremony required the ritual sacrifice of 3 specific creatures: an oryx, a type of antelope, a crocodile, and a tortoise. Each animal was believed to contribute its own protective properties to the spell's potency. Through history, cultures worldwide have assembled an impressive arsenal of protective measures against the evil eye. Amulets, charged with protective magical energies, have long been considered the most reliable defense. These talismans vary widely in design and material, but their purpose remains constant: to deflect or absorb the harmful energies of a malicious gaze before they can affect their intended victim. For those caught without an amulet, specific hand gestures could serve as emergency protection, provided they were executed quickly enough. In 1895, a comprehensive guide to these protective gestures was published, cataloguing the most effective hand positions for warding off the evil eye. Among these, the fig sign was particularly popular, a gesture made by forming a fist with the thumb thrust between the index and middle fingers, believed to disrupt the evil eye's power. And for those unable to defend themselves in the moment of attack, counter spells offered a way to reverse the evil eye's effects after the fact. Modern practitioners still employ such remedies, as evidenced by this 21st century spell of reversal. Quote, "Take a length of silver cord and tie a knot in each end. As you do so, visualize yourself as one knot and the source of evil as the other. Cut the cord in the center with a magic knife and chant these words. From you to me this spell I break. This path was not right for you to make. Its path I will abruptly end, and back to you the spell I send." Unquote. This evolution of protection against the evil eye, from ancient Egyptian rituals to modern magical practices, demonstrates humanity's enduring belief in both the power of malevolent gazes and our ability to defend against them. Whether through amulets, gestures, or counter spells, the arsenal against the evil eye continues to adapt while maintaining its essential purpose, protecting the vulnerable from those whose looks could kill. Throughout the centuries, as hearts have yearned and passions burned, wizards and witches have devoted countless hours to perfecting the art of love magic. Their spellbooks overflow with enchantments designed to kindle romance, each carefully crafted to harness the mysterious forces of attraction. Among all magical ingredients, the apple reigns supreme in matters of the heart. This seemingly humble fruit has been revered as a powerful catalyst for love magic since ancient times, when it was sacred to Venus herself. The most potent love spells often call for apples gathered under specific conditions, as demonstrated in this time-honored enchantment for drawing one's true love near. Quote, "On Friday, early as may be, take the fairest apple from the tree. Then, in thy blood on paper white, thine own name and thy true love's write. That apple thou shalt cut in two, and for its cure that paper put with 2 sharp pins or myrtle wood. Join the halves till it seem good. In the oven let it dry, and wrapped in the leaves of myrtle lie under the pillow of thy dear, yet let it be unknown to her. And if it a secret be, she soon will show her love for thee." Unquote. The apple's power extends beyond simple attraction spells. Every part of this magical fruit, from skin to seeds, holds divinatory potential. A particularly beloved tradition, still practiced today, involves peeling an apple in a single unbroken strip at the witching hour of Halloween midnight. The peeling must be thrown over the left shoulder using the right hand, a gesture that bridges the physical and spiritual worlds. When the peel lands, it is said to form the initial of one's future beloved. Even the humble apple pip holds secrets for those seeking love. In Lancashire, England, lovers would divine their future partner's location through this rhythmic spell, squeezing an apple core until a pip shot forth. Quote, "Pippin, Pippin, paradise, tell me where my true love lies. East, west, north, or south? pilling break or cocker mouth. The direction in which the pip flies reveals the path to true love, making this simple spell a compass of the heart. While apples rule the realm of gentle love magic, the mandrake root commands a darker, more passionate domain. Known evocatively as the love apple, this peculiar root often grows in a form eerily resembling the human figure. Ancient civilizations recognized its powerful properties. The Egyptians named it the phallus of the field, while Arab mystics knew it as the devil's testicles, hinting at its reputation as a formidable aphrodisiac. Yet, obtaining a mandrake root was no simple task. Legend held the plant would emit a terrible shriek when uprooted, its cry so powerful it could drive any living creature to madness. Clever spellcasters devised a solution, using a starving dog to pull the root, though this method often proved fatal for the unfortunate animal. Once obtained, even a small shaving of mandrake root boiled with a single hair could create a potent summoning charm. The mandrake's power endures in modern magic, as evidenced by this contemporary love spell from American High Priestess Laurie Cabot, who combines traditional ingredients with modern ritual practice. Quote, blend mandrake root with coriander, yarrow, dragon's blood, and oil, while envisioning yourselves in a variety of romantic settings. Carve your name on one side of a pink candle and your lovers on the other side. Cast a circle, and envision yourself as lovers while anointing the pink candle. Next, burn the herbal mixture as incense and light a black candle. Then, the pink candle and a white candle. The ritual continues with this spoken enchantment, which must be written on parchment and touched to each flame. Quote, flame of love, burn strong and bright. Fill his heart with loving light. And state your name and your lover's name. No other man will he see. With loving arms he will come to me. So mote it be. Unquote. The spell concludes with the ritual burning. Quote, let the parchment burn in an ash pot. As the flame rises, say, in correctness and for the good of all. carry the ashes in a black bag, or hang it on your bedpost, or bury it while it would not be disturbed. Unquote. From ancient apple magic to modern mandrake rituals, these spells reflect humanity's eternal quest to recapture and direct the elusive forces of love. The wise practitioners always remember that the strongest magic comes from the heart itself. Since the earliest days of recorded history, the ability to heal has been considered one of a wizard's most essential and sacred powers. The marriage of magic and medicine represents one of humanity's oldest attempts to combat illness and restore health, blending practical remedies with supernatural intervention. The foundations of magical healing were laid in ancient Egypt. Egyptian healers developed a sophisticated understanding based on a fundamental principle. Illness wasn't merely a physical ailment, but rather the work of negative forces or demons that had invaded the body. The doctor-magician's role was twofold. First, to prepare the physical medicine, then to enhance its power through magical incantation. This dual approach treated both the physical symptoms and their supernatural cause. The preservation of ancient Egyptian healing spells provides us with fascinating insights into their medical practices. They paid particular attention to ailments of the head, believing it contained the doors to life, portals through which vital energy flowed. Even their deities weren't immune to such afflictions. When treating headaches, healers would recount 7 times the tale of how the god Horus suffered from a severe migraine. As they told this story, they would methodically apply therapeutic ointments to the patient's hands, body, and feet, believing that the god's experience would resonate with the sufferer's condition and aid in healing. During the Middle Ages, magical healing evolved to incorporate Christian elements, though not without controversy. Healers began weaving holy names and biblical passages into their traditional charms, drawing power from religious symbolism. The Christian Church, however, viewed this practice with deep suspicion, condemning it as sorcery despite its religious elements. In contemporary magical practice, healing remains a cornerstone of the craft, though practitioners now draw from a diverse array of techniques. The use of magnetic healing exemplifies how ancient wisdom continues to influence modern practice. This technique stems from the belief that lodestones possess living spirits capable of drawing illness from the body. The healer passes the magnet counterclockwise over the affected area, allowing the stone's natural powers to extract the sickness. Herbal magic maintains its significance in both conventional and magical medicine. Modern practitioners still create cloth puppets, small dolls stuffed with healing herbs, which are bound to injured areas, while healing incense, typically frankincense, is waved counterclockwise to banish pain. This practice combines the physical properties of herbs with ritual magic for enhanced healing power. Among healing herbs, St. John's wort holds a special place in magical tradition. This yellow flowered plant isn't just valued for its documented ability to treat depression. It's also believed to prevent protection against malevolent magical forces. Its connection to Midsummer's Eve festivals highlights its magical significance. British folklore tells of people hanging St. John's wort over their doorways on Midsummer's Eve, the night before the feast of St. John the Baptist. The herb's powers were believed to peak. For those seeking to practice healing magic today, the creation of a Wiccan healing necklace offers a powerful tool. The procedure combines symbolic materials with focused intent. Take 3 lengths of blue cord or string, approximately 2 feet long. Sit in your magic circle and braid the strands together. As you braid, chant the following while putting your intent into the cord or string. Infuse these cords. Send healing power. Have it grow with every hour. Unquote. Repeat the chant until you have finished braiding. Then say, quote, "This is my will. So mote it be." Unquote. The evolution of healing magic demonstrates how the fundamental human desire to heal has remained constant, while methods have adapted to incorporate new understanding and beliefs. Whether through herbs, magnets, or ritual objects, the core principle remains. Healing magic works to restore balance and health to both body and spirit. Throughout the ages, the pursuit of gold has captivated both mystics and scholars alike. In the sacred art of alchemy, gold represented far more than mere wealth. It was seen as the physical embodiment of the sun's power on earth, a perfect metal that contained the secrets of eternal youth and vitality. Alchemists devoted their entire lives to the quest of the Philosopher's Stone, the legendary catalyst that could transform base metals into pure gold. Despite countless claims of success throughout history, the ultimate formula has proven ephemeral as the mythical pot of gold that travelers chase at Rainbow's End. Among the many brilliant minds who pursued the creation of gold, few were as respected as the 17th century British philosopher Francis Bacon. Unlike many of his contemporaries, who kept their methods shrouded in secrecy, Bacon boldly published what he believed to be a working formula for gold creation. Though no evidence of this method succeeded, his detailed instructions provide fascinating insight into the alchemical mindset. Quote, "Let there be a small furnace made of a temperate heat. For the material take silver, which is the metal that nature symbolizeth most with gold. Put in also with the silver 1/10 part of quicksilver and 1/12 part of nitre by weight, and so let the work be continued for the space of 6 months at least. I wish also that there be at some times an injection of some OLED substance, such as they use in recovering of gold, which by vexing with separations hath been made churlish. And this is to lay the parts more close and smooth, which is the main work. For gold is the closest of metals." Unquote. For those wizards who preferred to work with natural forces rather than laboratory equipment, traditional magic offered alternative paths to prosperity. One such spell harnesses the reproductive power of the humble hollyhock plant, acquiring only a single coin as a catalyst supposedly yield 12 times the initial investment. Quote, "The hollyheck blooms in summer, its seeds in autumn fall. Then, in a folded paper, save them and gather them all. The loose seeds, the brown seeds, the dry seeds, the round seeds, the seeds like tarnished pennies that pay for the blossoms tall. Bury their rusty treasure next to a southern wall. The mint coin, an ancient coin, a silver coin, a copper coin. The seeds, like tarnished pennies, that pay for the blossoms tall. Bury their rusty treasure next to a southern wall. The mint coin, an ancient coin, a silver coin, a copper coin. By spring your wealth shalt measure 12 times this sowing small." Unquote. Modern practitioners of wealth magic have developed their own rituals, combining traditional elements with contemporary magical practice. This powerful money-drawing spell incorporates symbolic colors, astronomical timing, and focused visualization. Quote, "Sit cross-legged on the floor. Burn incense throughout the ritual. Take a silver $half and wrap it in a piece of orange paper. Orange is the color of attraction. Set it before you on the floor. Stand 2 green candles, one on each side of the money, and light them. Concentrate on the wrapped silver and see in your mind's eye the silver multiplying. See it piling up, one coin on top of another. After a few minutes of this concentration, speak the following words. When the grey owlet has 3 times hood, when the grinning cat has 3 times mewed, when the toad has croaked 3 times in the wood, at the red of the moon, may this money be good. Then sit for a few minutes and concentrate further on the silver multiplying. Repeat the incantation again, and then a 3rd time. Blow out the candles. First the left, and then the right. Repeat this every Wednesday for 3 weeks. From ancient alchemical laboratories to modern ritual chambers, the magical pursuit of wealth continues to evolve. while the Philosopher's Stone may remain elusive, these spells and rituals remind us that true magic of prosperity often lies not in the instant transformation of metals, but in the patient cultivation of natural abundance and the focused direction of magical intent. Whether working with plant seeds, silver coins, or candlelight, the practitioner's dedication and belief remain as crucial to success as the spells themselves. The successful wizard is all-powerful, commanding forces beyond mortal comprehension and bending reality to their will. Although most ordinary mortals fall short of this extraordinary achievement, destined to remain bound by earthly constraints, we can but aspire to great wizardry. And a vast host of magical spells exist to speed us on our way. The path to such power is arduous, requiring dedication, practice, and an unwavering belief in the arcane arts. An important first step is to ensure that the magic you are practicing is working to the utmost limit of its capabilities. For power undernourished is power wasted. By uttering this chant while stirring your potion with careful, deliberate movements under the watchful gaze of the moon, you are likely to increase its potency and yours tenfold. Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble. Strengthen this potion on the double. Empower this magic and send it fast. May it harm none. Make it last. Having firmly established your magical power base through diligent practice and unwavering dedication, you can proceed to cast specific spells to advance your social standing and manifest your deepest desires. The following ritual can be employed. For example, to obtain the job you have always coveted, though it must be performed with pure intention and absolute focus. When night has fallen fully and stars peek through the veil, raise one candle's fire. Let its light prevail, and write on virgin paper all that you desire. If any man can aid you, then inscribe his name, followed by these others for power, skill, and fame. Helimas, Fertox, Solidar. Brush every word thereon with a ragged crust of bread, and shred the paper, soak it in water tinted red. Wring it, press it small as a lump of soden dough. Fling it from the house as far as it will go. Let the winds of fortune carry forth on your plea, and watch as your desires come back to thee. If a bit of good luck is all that is needed to get on in life, then this potent Wicca spell can be used to make your own lucky stone, an ancient practice that has brought fortune to countless seekers through the ages. Choose your materials with care and perform this ritual during the waxing moon for optimal results. Take a white stone, an Apache's tear, or another stone that correlates with luck. Each carries its own unique vibration and power. Mix some lucky oil, cinnamon for success, cypress for connection to the ancient powers, or lotus oil for spiritual awakening, or some harmonious combination of the three. With a nurturing base, such as almond or grapeseed oil, anoint the stone with the oil using clockwise motions, and charge it with this powerful chant. Into this stone before my eyes, bless thee and charge thee my power to rise. Enhance this stone with luck for me. This is my will, so mote it be. The ability to cast magic can be inherited, passing through bloodlines like a precious heirloom, as the extraordinary powers possessed by two 18th century American wizards, John Dimmond and his granddaughter Molly Pitcher, powerfully testify. Their saga would become deeply woven into the fabric of New England's maritime folklore. It was Dimmond's strange, unsettling behavior that first caused his neighbors in the seaside town of Marblehead, Massachusetts, to suspect that they had a magician in their midst. As a young man, he would sometimes be seen to fall into a deep sleep or a mysterious trance, often lasting several days, during which his body remained still as stone while his spirit wandered unseen realms. From these otherworldly journeys, he would emerge transformed, gifted with the uncanny power to foretell future events with startling precision. When Dimmond purchased a dense thicket next to the old cemetery, a place already heavy with local superstition, and was overheard talking to a spirit there in hushed but animated conversation, the locals were thoroughly convinced he was a wizard and named him the Marblehead Magician. This thicket became a place the townspeople hurried past after dark, crossing themselves for protection. The remarkable accuracy with which Dimmond could predict the future, however, meant that he was more often consulted than shunned by pragmatic New Englanders. Happy to oblige the townsfolk, Dimmond would gain the necessary information in a state of deep trance, his eyes rolling back as he connected with forces beyond mortal understanding. He was reputed to have solved many local crimes and recovered stolen objects through means of his supernatural powers, becoming an unofficial guardian of local justice. But such powers paled beside the Marblehead Magician's true mastery of the elements. Not only could Dimmond define storms at sea with perfect accuracy, he could also summon them at will, commanding the very winds and waves. Locals believed that he communed with the restless spirits of drowned sailors buried in the old cemetery in order to foretell the coming of a squall. Sea captains fortunate enough to find favor with him claimed to have heard his voice carrying impossibly across the waves, directing them away from the eye of the storm and guiding them to safer waters. Standing among the weathered gravestones, Dimmond roared directions to them over the land and water, his voice carrying further than any mortal man's should. Woe betide any sea captain who crossed him, however, for they would suffer his evil curse, which was said to be inescapable. Legend tells how Dimmond conjured a dreadful storm in order to kill his sworn enemy, Micah Taylor, captain of the Kestrel one clear, blue day, when no sailor would have predicted foul weather, he was heard chanting dark magic from the old cemetery to summon the squall in which Taylor and everyone else on board the ill-fated ship drowned. The sea turned from calm to murderous in mere minutes, witnesses claimed. The Marblehead magician's wizard granddaughter, Molly Pitcher, inherited not just his powers, but his fearsome reputation, becoming equally feared and revered both in Massachusetts and beyond. Like Diamond, she possessed the ability to foretell future events with uncanny accuracy, and would also act as a guardian angel to those in difficulty at sea, her voice carrying across impossible distances to guide ships to safety. She, too, was known to curse any sea captain she disliked, sending them to a watery grave, the same merciless power as her grandfather. Indeed, such was her reputation that no sailor, no matter how desperate for work, would crew a ship sailed by anyone known to have crossed her path with ill intent. Pitcher's most memorable magic feat was solving a famous murder in the nearby town of Concord that had left the community in terror. Baffled by the crime and with no leads to follow, the police reluctantly consulted the local wizard. She fell to one of her legendary deep trances, inherited from her grandfather's bloodline, in which she not only revealed how the crime had been committed, but also named the murderer with unwavering certainty. The guilty man, confronted with her supernatural knowledge, subsequently confessed, unable to bear the weight of her penetrating gaze. The guarding of doorways and gateways has always been an essential and sacred part of magical protection, dating back to humanity's earliest settlements. The threshold has traditionally held a powerful symbolic significance far beyond its physical presence. It represents the crucial boundary between belonging and not belonging, between safety and danger, between the known world and the chaotic unknown that lies beyond our walls. Just as a wizard inscribed protective symbols within a magic circle to strengthen its defenses against malevolent forces, so a frightened householder would use certain ancient and powerful markings on his threshold to keep evil from crossing into his home. These symbols, passed down through generations of practitioners, were believed to create an invisible barrier that no dark force could penetrate. Evil magicians intent on entering a household could employ a particularly ghoulish and dreaded talisman, the Hand of Glory, to overcome any resistance. The creation of this tool required specific and gruesome ingredients. The Hand of Glory had to be the severed hand of a freshly hanged murderer, preserved by means of a complicated magic recipe involving rare herbs and precise timing. A candle made from the corpse's fat was inserted into the hand which, when lit and carried into any house, was guaranteed to send the occupants into a deep, enchanted sleep from which they could not be roused until the hand was extinguished. Anyone wishing to fortify their threshold against such dark intrusions was alternatively advised to create a specific pattern of protective markings. Quote, a border of crosses between two lines, a series of Van Dycks with or without a circle in the wide part of each Van Dyck, two large crosses divided by a vertical line. Unquote. These symbols needed to be drawn with absolute precision and pure intent. A border of loops could also be added for additional protection, but, quote, it had to be done straight round in an unbroken chain in order to keep the devil away, unquote. Any break in the pattern would create a weak point through which evil might enter. Magical traps, ingenious in their design, could also be set to catch evil spirits intent on causing harm within a home. These spiritual snares required careful preparation and precise placement to be effective. To be sure of catching the demon, a householder could set a cleft blackthorn stave with a light candle in front of the trap to lure it in, like a moth to a flame. The complete instructions for this successful trapping and disposal of a harmful spirit ran thus. Make a sprite trap out of a blackthorn stave and copper wire that has never carried electricity. Bind the wire to the stave with red thread and mark it with a D rune. Set it at the entrance to a home where disturbance takes place at night. When the trap has ensnared the spirit, remove it and cut the thread with a knife. Put the thread into a prepared witch bottle and say, "Thread, tie up this sprite, free us from its spite, tangle up the bane, let not a small piece remain." Cork the bottle and seal it with red wax. Bury it and plant a thorn bush on the site, for thorns have long been known to repel evil spirits. Salt, revered throughout history, across countless cultures, has always been central to spellcasting because it is honored as the one absolutely pure substance, unattained by darkness or corruption. Its crystalline structure is said to hold inherent magical properties that repel negative energies. It was traditionally scattered around thresholds as a protection against evil spirits and is still used in homes where magic is practiced. Its power, undiminished by the passage of centuries. This is the most popular and effective method of fortification, passed down through generations of practitioners. Dissolve the salt in water that has been placed in a clear glass container in sun and waxing moonlight for 24 hours, allowing it to absorb both solar and lunar energies. Sprinkle the mixture in the four corners of every room and around the boundaries of your home and your garden if you have one, creating an unbroken circle of protection. The salt water must be applied with intention and focus, visualizing it creating an impenetrable barrier against all harmful forces. Wizards throughout the ages have held firm to the belief that numbers contain magical powers that can be invoked by using certain sacred ratios and geometric shapes. Each number vibrates with its own particular significance that must be fully understood and respected when casting spells. For any numerological mistakes in magic can have dire consequences. These are the deep magical meanings of 0 to 9, passed down through generations of mystic practitioners. 0. Time and space without limit. The eternal circle without beginning or end. It represents the void form, which all things emerge, to which all things return, the cosmic egg of infinite potential. 1. Unity. The first manifestation of creative light that will multiply into millions of unique parts, each separate and yet containing the power of the first. It is the primordial force, the cosmic consciousness form, which all other numbers spring forth. 2. Duality. The mother principle and the father. This number represents the eternal dance of opposites, light and dark, good and evil, masculine and feminine, that creates the tension necessary for existence itself. 3. The Trinity and the Sacred Triangle. Fertility, creation, and balance, found in countless spiritual traditions. 3 represents the perfect harmony of beginning, middle, and end. It is the number of manifestation and divine expression. 4. The square. The physical and material world, the most stable of numbers. It represents the 4 elements, 4 directions, 4 seasons, the foundational patterns of our earthly existence. 5. The quintessence, the 5th element, created form and unifying the other 4, earth, air, fire, and water. It is the bridge between the material and spiritual realms, representing transformation and magical power. 6. The 6 days taken to create the earth. This number resonates with divine creativity and the manifestation of will into reality. It represents perfect harmony between the spiritual and material worlds. 7. Perfection. A combination of numbers 3 and 4, merging the spiritual trinity with earthly matter. 7 is considered highly magical, appearing in everything from planetary spheres to musical scales. 8. Balance, associated with prosperity and authority. The number of cosmic order, representing infinite power and the eternal cycling of energy. It is particularly powerful in money magic. 9. The number of initiation, the last of the single numbers. It brings the sequence to a close and represents completion and wisdom. 9 contains all other numbers within it, making it particularly potent in magical workings. One of the most potent combinations of numbers is expressed in magic squares, ancient tools of numerical sorcery, in which lines of numbers within a square all add up to the same number, whether read horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. These squares were often inscribed on talismans and used in complex magical rituals. This numerical pattern is commonly used in magic and is known as the Square of Saturn. In a square 3 by 3, the top 3 numbers are 8, 3, 4. Below that, 1, 5, 9. The bottom row of the square is 6, 7, 2. When properly activated, such a square becomes a powerful magical tool, each number resonating with specific planetary and elemental forces. Counting is, itself, believed to be a magic art that can be turned to one's advantage, providing one understands its subtle powers. It could be used in healing charms and was considered an especially effective method of curing warts, for example. Your warts would simply disappear, it was claimed, if you simply counted them and told a stranger the total number, transferring the affliction through the power of numerical communication. The most notorious magical number is 666, feared and revered in equal measure. This was the number, the name of a great beast that would rule the earth, a According to the book of Revelations in the Bible, its power has captured imaginations for millennia. The 20th century wizard, Aleister Crowley, never one to shy away from controversy, boldly styled himself the Great Beast 666, embracing the number's dark reputation. He also created what he believed to be the ultimate word of power based on number magic, Ogman. Crowley described it as the magical formula of the universe, as a reverberatory engine for the extension of nothingness through the device of equilibrated opposites. This formula, he claimed, contained within its 5 letters the entire mathematical structure of reality. Those unwilling to carry out so much elaborate planning in their magical workings, however, can cast their spells at the times traditionally reckoned to be the most conducive to magic, times when the veil between worlds grows thin and magical energies flow more freely. Midnight is universally acknowledged as the witching hour, a time of profound magical potential. It represents the deepest point of negativity, a time when all manner of demons may be abroad, stalking the darkness between one day and the next. At this hour, the boundary between our world and the spirit realm becomes permeable. The most magical time to be born is midnight on a Friday, when both the hour and day align in perfect mystical harmony. Anyone born at this powerful moment was gifted with the ability to see spirits and had power over the evil eye, possessing natural protection against malevolent forces. This ancient spell to summon the Queen of the Fairies was most effective if chanted at midnight on a Friday, when her court was said to be most active. Mikol, O you, Mikol, Queen of the Pygmies, God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. May he bless you and grant and bestow all things. Now, may you come and bring favor to me. Therefore, O Mikol, come quickly, 3 or 4 times blessed. Come. Therefore, O you Mikol, come quickly, to whom be all honor, praise, and glory forever and ever. There is a favorable time for every spell to be cast, a perfect moment when the energies align. A wizard should ideally coordinate his or her magic with the correct time of day. the appropriate season and the most auspicious movements of the planets in order to enhance its effect. Timing can mean the difference between spectacular success and dismal failure in magical workings. Midnight on Halloween, when the barriers between worlds are at their thinnest, was the time to glimpse your true love, according to this traditional spell passed down through generations. Eat an apple at midnight on All Halloween. Without looking behind you, gaze into a mirror. You will see the face of your future husband or wife. But beware, sometimes what you see may not be what you wish to find. Midsummer Eve, when nature's powers reach their peak, is the true night for love magic. It would be a brave woman now, however, who followed this magical procedure to meet the man of her dreams, for the old powers demand courage. Go to the churchyard and wait for the stroke of 12. Carry a bunch of rose leaves and a herb, such as rosemary, for remembrance. When the clock strikes, run around the church, scattering the leaves and singing softly, "Rose leaves, rose leaves, rose leaves I strew. He that will love me, come after me now." The spirits of love will hear your plea and guide your true love to me. Each day of the week has its particular astrological and mythological meaning, carrying the energy of its ruling planet. And wizards look at the cycle of the week when planning their magic in order to select the optimum time. Sunday, ruled by the sun, is a good day to focus on health and vitality. Monday, governed by the moon, is best for fertility issues and intuition. Tuesday, Mars Day, is right for money and leadership. Wednesday, Mercury's domain, is for divination and communication. Thursday, Jupiter's day, should be set aside for spells relating to prosperity and expansion. Friday, Venus's territory, is perfect for love spells. Saturday, Saturn's realm, is most effective for binding spells and banishing negative energies. A powerful wizard, however, can transcend these cosmic limitations and control time itself, bending it to their will, and need not be bound by such ordinary restrictions. This spell promises to accelerate time itself, though it should be used with great caution. Light 3 candles and place them on an altar facing east. Create a circle and mark it with roses, their petals forming a perfect boundary. Then recite these words with absolute conviction. Winds of time, gather round. Give me wings to speed my way. Rush me on my journey forward. Let tomorrow be today. But remember, tampering with time carries its own risks. What is hastened cannot always be slowed again. The tying and untying of knots has been used to bind and release energy in magical workings since the dawn of civilization. The wizards of ancient Egypt, masters of esoteric knowledge, believed that a magic knot was the sacred point of convergence of the forces that unite the divine and the human worlds, a physical manifestation of spiritual power. According to their teachings, a knot tied on earth was simultaneously tied in heaven, creating a bridge between realms. The awesome and terrible power of the magic knot has persisted through the centuries, striking fear and awe into the hearts of believers. In an area of 16th century France, couples were so terrified that a knotting spell for castration would be cast on them as they wed, that less than 10 weddings in every 100 were performed in church. The devastating spell they feared most was that cast by a sorceress who would slip unseen into the church during a wedding ceremony and stand behind the unsuspecting groom. She knotted a thread with practiced fingers, threw a coin on the ground, and chanted the dreaded words, "Whom God hath joined together, let the devil separate. Till these knots be undone." The curse would hold until the knots were found and undone, if ever they were. Wizards of maritime regions discovered they could control the very wind by means of magic knots. But they must be paid handsomely for their efforts by those seeking their help, for such power comes at a price. When 3 knots are tied with magic, the wind is bound up in them. Untying the first brings a fine breeze. Untying the second brings a high wind. Untying the third brings a tempest. But beware, the wind once released cannot always be contained again. Knots remain central to modern magical ritual, their power undiminished by time. In this spell, which can be used to empower any desired object, the magic reaches its full potency with the tying of the 9th sacred knot. By knot of one this string I tie. Let the magic begin, don't let it die. By knot of 2 it will come true, whether I make it for me or you. By knot of 3 it comes to be. The magic will happen, as you will see. By knot of 4 my message will soar, up to the gods whom we adore. By knot of 5 the magic's alive. It will happen, it will survive. By knot of 6 it will be fixed, the power increasing as the clock ticks. By a knot of 7 this spell I'll leaven, as the message is carried up to the heavens. By knot of 8 it will not wait, the magic will happen, it won't be late. By knot of 9 my magic will shine. It is my will placed in this rhyme. Each knot must be tied with perfect concentration and unwavering intent, for a spell bound in knots carries both great power and great responsibility.